Dang, Neil, you're fast. How's it going? I didn't get to set up yet. I'm definitely most surprised too, but I also appreciate it very much. Ooh, it's like 7 in the morning here, so it's very on a Sunday. It's a good feeling. I just gotta do something real quick and then I'll start studying. Alright, everyone, you already know the drill. I'm just gonna be studying as usual. This is the boring part. If you want to mute me, just support me. Go ahead. Always just ask questions whenever. But I'm just gonna be playing audio and I might disturb you. So I guess I should do this as a warning every time now, just to be nice.
男仔對女仔着波衫係有一種莫名嘅 FF 嘅，係有一種莫名嘅 FF 嘅。
情意結，情意結，係要讀清楚，係要讀清楚。
咁如果都有埋嘅，又更加完美咁樣啦。咁如果都有埋嘅，又更加完美咁樣啦。Hi，艾力啊！今日呢一條 dating vlog 咧，約咗嘅呢個女仔咧，咁啊同最近世界盃咧係好有淵源嘅。咁啊同最近世界盃咧係好有淵源嘅。可能大家而家每晚睇波咧，都會見到佢出現嘅。可能大家而家每晚睇波咧，都會見到佢出現嘅。係啦，佢就係 Kiki。
但係其實我係撐德國隊啊，唔知。但係其實我係撐德國隊啊，唔知點解我講日文。唔知點解我講日文。
冇所謂嘅，咪撐邊隊都可以睇呢條片㗎。冇所謂嘅，咪撐邊隊都可以睇呢條。
今日你嘅女嘉賓係米九啊！今日你嘅女嘉賓係米九。
係啊，見到你幾高，你睇呢對腳。係啊，見到你幾高，你睇呢對腳。
做咩爆我？
天男一對波咁愛不釋手咧，係蠻激動嘅。天男一對波咁愛不釋手咧，係蠻激動嘅。
定啦，點解？定啦，點解？
真係咁。
咁陣間要摸下先知喎。咁陣間要摸下先知喎。
有時咧，所有嘢係冇得計嘅。即係我本身諗住咧，呢一期拍 vlog 咧， 即係我本身諗住咧，呢一期拍 vlog 咧係好舒服嘅，可以喺翻個涼少少嘅天氣啦，你可以喺翻個涼少少嘅天氣啦，你做派熱就黐線㗎啦，你做派熱就黐線㗎啦，你做派熱就黐線㗎啦。
而家咪早排咯，而家咪早排咯，
咪就係咯，即係今日我出到嚟嘅時候，第一下諗就，咪就係咯，即係今日我出到嚟嘅時候，第一下諗，死啦，點解咁熱嘅？
知唔知點解啊？
死啦，點解咁熱嘅？
知唔知點解啊？
點解？
今日你就遇到我晨光，你就係鹽啊！你就係鹽啊！
阿門，有冇覺得我哋而家咁樣行嘅嗰成個畫面舒服咗好多咧？有冇覺得我哋而家咁樣行嘅嗰成個畫面舒服咗好多咧？我都唔使刻意咁高炒去走個女嘉賓咧，我都唔使刻意咁高炒去走個女嘉賓咧。
喂，我行遠一步，咁咪會見到我當住咯。喂，我行遠一步，咁咪會見到我當住咯。
同埋因為頭先佢介紹咗，
我驚你辛苦啫，我驚你辛苦啫。
試下行上面啦，行上面又係另一種風味嚟㗎，行上面又係另一種風味嚟㗎。嗱，為咗更加增強我哋嘅喜感，嗱，為咗更加增強我哋嘅喜感，
危險啲都要咁樣行。
係啊，為咗係可以展示埋我哋嘉賓嘅美腿，為咗係可以展示埋我哋嘉賓嘅美腿，係咪冇諗過成件事嘅邏輯可以咁咧？係咪冇諗過成件事嘅邏輯可以咁咧？
勁啊勁啊！淨係條腿都米九，淨係條腿都米九。
我同佢嘅分歧越嚟越大㗎啦，你睇。我同佢嘅分歧越嚟越大㗎啦，你睇下我哋國安天明。
行唔到咯，會死人㗎！行唔到咯，
加油啊！
因為咧我自己咧本身接觸你嘅時候咧，因為咧我自己咧本身接觸你嘅時候咧，咁你話大家眼中就係嗰種好 girlfriendable 嘅女仔咯。咁你話大家眼中就係嗰種好 girlfriendable 呢一種女仔係最多男仔追噶嘛，從來都係噶啦。呢一種女仔係最多男仔追噶嘛，從來都係噶啦。
好似易啲喎，
容易相處咯。你自細係咪都好多男仔追啊？你自細係咪都好多男仔追啊？
又唔係好多嘅，都有啲狼索。
keep 住有啲好嘅 target 咪照去咯。keep 住有啲好嘅 target 咪照去咯。
我都無奈嘅，迫於無奈嘅。我都無奈嘅，迫於無奈嘅。
真係想啱啱初見面就，嗱頭先我依照佢所講咧，佢並不只係喺感情上面容易俾人呃，佢並不只係喺感情上面容易俾人呃，佢喺日常生活當中咧都係唔呃你唔知呃邊個嗰啲水魚嚟嘅，唔呃你唔知呃邊個嗰啲水魚。
我真係唔明點解，我係咪行出嚟就係真係好易俾人 sell？ 我係咪行出嚟就係真係好易俾人 sell？
你個樣係比較純、比較乖嗰啲咯。你個樣係比較純、比較乖嘅。
哦，你講咩我就聽得，
即係你應該由讀書嘅時候喺老師眼中已經係個好學生嚟㗎啦。即係你應該由讀書嘅時候喺老師眼中已經係佢最金個嘢咧。
因為之前拍拖就試過，即係真係咩都唔信，咩都要交代，即係真係咩都唔信，咩都要交代，咩都要見到報道，咩都要有相。即係啲人話我 girlfriend 部，但係我以前係一個真係正宗嘅死港女八婆嘅。但係我以前係一個真係正宗嘅死港女八婆。我100% 信任佢。我100% 信任佢 ，even 揾到張好大好大嘅借據 ，even 揾到張好大好大嘅借據，喺我面前賭嗰啲咧，佢話冇啊，幫 friend 埋下一齊玩少少咁樣，佢話冇啊，幫 friend 埋下一齊玩少少咁，咁我又信啦。
然之後亦都問你再借咗好多錢，類似就係幫我保管住，然後又會俾啲錢我。
類似就係幫我保管住，然後又會俾啲錢我，即係分啲1、2千蚊咁樣，咁你俾我，即係分啲1、2千蚊咁樣，咁你俾完嚿錢我，你又有儲蓄定基金嗰啲咁樣啫嘛，咁儲蓄定基金嗰啲咁樣啫嘛，咁跟住然之後喺我出嚟做嘢冇耐啦，咁跟住然之後喺我出嚟做嘢冇耐啦，
就發現
清零咯，
咩叫世道險惡啦？就發現
清零咯，
咩叫世道險惡啦？見財之外有冇試過俾人騙色啊？見財之外有冇試過俾人騙色啊？
唔好玩啦，點會？
咁都唔係差嘅，咁都唔係差嘅。
你望我幾勉強，你望我幾勉強，佢唔會有呢件事發生嘅，OK？佢唔會有呢件事發生嘅，OK？我係咪太耐冇出街咧？我係咪太耐冇出街咧 ？Circle K 有扭蛋賣啦 ，Circle K 有扭蛋賣啦，仲要係Tamagotchi咯。啊呢度見到多
呢啲咩年代呢個？
啊呢度見到多
呢啲咩年代呢個？但我成日覺得扭蛋有得俾你自己揀嗰個意義喺邊咧？但我成日覺得扭蛋有得俾你自己揀嗰個意義喺邊咧？扭蛋係要扭出嚟先開心噶嘛。
所以係唔會買嘢飲。
因為咧，我哋陣間去嗰個地點咧，
哇好勁喎！有冇啲牙會崩嘅食呢個？啲牙會崩嘅食呢個？牙力唔好就唔好食啦。我有排揀喎。我有排揀喎。
可以飲支嘢都選擇恐懼症啊你？
係啊。
可以飲支嘢都選擇恐懼症啊你？
係啊。
可以飲支嘢都選擇恐懼症啊你？
係啊。那穿了。
哎，前面又有岔路了。哎，前面又有岔路了。右边看起来更正式一点，感觉。
左右边。左右。
又熊吧，咱俩连胸喷都没有。又熊吧，咱俩连胸喷都没有。
没关系，胸不会攻击我们的。没关系，胸不会攻击我们的。
真的吗？
不会。哦，我们到了。
你看这个人对未知的恐惧是不是？你看这个人对未知的恐惧是不是？恐惧成啥样？恐惧成啥样？然后突然发现到了，就这么刹那间。你来了加拿大以后，百里，你觉得加拿大这个国家，在你看来，有跟中国有本质的不同吗？在你刚来的时候。
刚来的时候，最大的感触是对人的尊重。刚来的时候，最大的感触是对人的尊重。我上公交车的时候，人家会停下来，然后把那个公交车放低，然后那个门板放下来，然后坐轮椅的人就可以滑上去，公交车司机还会推那个坐轮椅的人。然后把它放好，所有一车的人都在等他，然后很多公共建筑里都会有那个轮椅的按钮，你一按大门就会自动打开，残疾人或者坐轮椅的人，在国内是没怎么见过的，但是在加拿大你可以看到他们。社会上的设施是有为他们来改造的，我就非常的感动他们。
这些是你想留在加拿大的原因之一，是吗？还有没有其他的原因你想留在加拿大？
说白了就是逃避国内的束缚。我在国内不是很开心，我体验到的来自父母的压迫感比较大。然后我觉得在他们面前我不能做自己，他们一直想我成为一个什么样的人。我下飞机的时候第一个感受是自由，再也没有他们的束缚。
束缚感是从哪儿来的？老要指点你干什么，
对，你干什么都要指点。 典礼，你要干这，你要干那，然后你要考好成绩，然后你要考好成绩，然后给你安排什么工作，或者你要找一个什么样子的工作，反正压迫感很大，没有爱的感觉。我觉得是因为小时候没有感受到爱，所以一直觉得自己是不是被爱的。虽然他们的行为是爱的行动，但是我是感受不到的。而且我在一个不被爱的环境，我在一个不被爱的环境里，我就想逃离那个环境。
所以当你来到加拿大的时候，你是怎么逃离你父母的？是完全不理他们，还是
？OK， 这是一个很好的问题。刚开始的时候，我在上学的时候，当然我是要依靠他们的经济支持，所以就稍微联系一下。从我开始工作之后，经济独立之后，我就开始没怎么跟他联系，然后有时候会跟我妈妈联系一下。但是我跟我妈联系了之后，我就觉得非常令人失望。然后每次跟她联系完之后，我就觉得非常的就是不开心2天的那种。就他会各种攻击我在加拿大的生活，因为他想我回去。
怎么攻击你？
就是我跟大家分享我的事，我说我在加拿大现在的工作是什么样。我妈说你那破工作中午都不包中饭。我妈说你那破工作中午都不包中饭。我妈说你那破工作中午都不包中饭的什么什么的。然后我就说我每天吃一顿，对，因为这边很流行一天吃一餐，然后这种间接性断食，然后他还说你真的是懒得要死，的，因为视频的时候都在家里嘛，然后他说你真的太懒，都不出去聊天，每天就待在家里，就是各种攻击。然后我就说外面下雪，他说那加拿大太冷了，一年6个月都在下雪，就什么好待的，冷的要死，
就啥也不认可。
对，我只要分享事情就会攻击我，这样，对，我只要分享事情就会攻击我，想让我觉得加拿大很不好，然后
想让你赶紧回国。
对，我妈非常擅长这个，然后我爸爸也会，比如说我在学钢琴，我很开心，我在发展自己的爱好。我爸说弹钢琴有什么用？你要多花点时间，多赚钱，或者研究一下其他的技能。弹钢琴有什么用？做点正事。可是我觉得我需要去感受快乐，因为我小时候太压抑。这是我的人生功课，现在我要感受快乐。然后做让自己快乐的事情。我不值得这样被对待，我想有好的心情。我就跟我妈联系越来越少了，有一次是1年都没有联系，然后她这边也没有联系我，然后他们就对我非常的失望。我妈跟我说了一句话，说我这辈子最大的错误就是让你出国。然后可是我当时觉得我这辈子做最正确的选择就是出了国。我这辈子做最正确的选择就是出了国。
是溜达上去了是吧？这里没有电梯。不会把咱俩吹跑了？这越上来风越大。妈呀！小心你的帽子。
你恐高吗？
我不恐高，就是有点害怕。
害怕什么？
害怕高呗。
那不就是恐高吗？
这就是恐高是吗？我腿肚子有点多酸。
那我们要不在这休息一会儿，去那里看一下。
没有上来。
Đi nào.
Em thấy cuối cùng em vẫn đang là nobody. Em vẫn là, nhưng mà có rất là nhiều cái viễn cảnh về somebody ở trước mắt em, và em cảm thấy, nhưng mà có rất là nhiều cái viễn cảnh về somebody ở trước mắt em thấy rất là tự do, cảm thấy rất là hạnh phúc khi mà mình biết là mình có thể trở thành bất cứ ai mà mình muốn trở thành. Mà em cảm thấy em đang đại diện cho một cơ trở thành bất cứ ai mà mình muốn trở thành. Mà em cảm thấy em đang đại diện cho một cơ số rất là nhiều người cũng cũng đang hoài nghi về bản thân. Một cơ số rất là nhiều người cũng cũng đang hoài nghi về bản thân mình rất là nhiều. Trải lòng một chút là cách đây cỡ 1 tuần nói chuyện với chị thì em nghĩ là trải lòng một chút là cách đây cỡ 1 tuần nói chuyện với chị thì em nghĩ là em lên have a sip em sẽ rất là tự tin, rất là nhiều thứ để nói. Cho đến khi thật sự được lên rồi, và mấy hôm nay ngày nào em cũng rất là lo. Em cảm thấy cực kỳ áp lực và rất là căng thẳng. Em không biết tại sao mà em bị căng thẳng như vậy. Bởi vì em có cảm giác em là nobody giữa một rừng rất là nhiều trong have a sip. Cho đến khi mà em lục lại một vài tập của have a sip em xem, và em cảm thấy là cũng có rất là nhiều người rất là bình thường, rất là có một cuộc sống rất là bình thường, và họ không hẳn phải là bình thường, rất là có một cuộc sống rất là bình thường, và họ không hẳn phải là somebody, as in là một cái người mà được vị nể, một người có thành công, một người thành đạt, một người có thành công, một người thành đạt. Họ có thể là con gái chị, mẹ của chị, thì nó làm em cảm thấy rất là được truyền động. Họ có thể là con gái chị, mẹ của chị, thì nó làm em cảm thấy rất là được truyền động lực. Thì em nghĩ là khi mà em lên have a sip thì em muốn represent nobody. Em muốn represent mình là một nobody để cho mọi người, hy vọng là mọi người khi mà nghe được câu chuyện của em, người có thể sẽ cảm thấy là mình không có cô đơn trong hành trình của mình. Người có thể sẽ cảm thấy là mình không có cô đơn trong hành trình của mình. Và trong cái quyển này thì nó có một cái tứ truyện, một trong 10 tứ truyện mà chúng ta, và trong cái quyển này thì nó có một cái tứ truyện, một trong 10 tứ truyện mà chúng ta thích nhất, mà chúng ta thích nghe nhất. Thì ngoài cái tứ truyện về superhero hay là hành trình anh hùng đi tìm bộ lông cù vàng ra, thì còn một cái tứ superhero hay là hành trình anh hùng đi tìm bộ lông cù vàng ra, thì còn một cái tứ truyện gọi là The Fool's Triumphant. Em dịch ra cái từ đó, em dịch ra là gã khờ. Cái tứ truyện gọi là The Fool's Triumphant. Em dịch ra cái từ đó, em dịch ra là gã khờ phất cao cờ. Là trong cái này là một cái quyển này là rất nhiều chơi gã khờ phất cao cờ. Là gã khờ phất cao cờ. Là trong cái này là một gã khờ phất cao cờ. Là trong cái này là một cái quyển này là rất nhiều chơi chữ, và mỗi lần em tìm cách dịch một cái chơi chữ trong này là em lao tâm khổ tứ. Chơi chữ, và mỗi lần em tìm cách dịch một cái chơi chữ trong này là em lao tâm khổ tứ cực kỳ. The Full Triumphant là em dịch là gã khờ phất cao cờ. Thì đó là cái khổ tứ cực kỳ. The Full Triumphant là em dịch là gã khờ phất cao cờ. Cái chuyện về một cái người mà có thể là cảm thấy là xã hội hơi chống lại mình một xíu. Mình có thể hơi khờ khạo trong mắt mọi người, mình có thể hơi không có được xíu, mình có thể hơi khờ khạo trong mắt mọi người, mình có thể hơi không có được xíu, mình có thể hơi khờ khạo trong mắt mọi người, mình có thể hơi không có được thành đạt theo tiêu chuẩn, mình có thể hơi awkward một xíu, hơi kỳ, hơi lập dị. Thành đạt theo tiêu chuẩn, mình có thể hơi awkward một xíu, hơi kỳ, hơi lập dị một xíu. Nhưng mà cuối cùng bằng một cách nào đó mình thay đổi được thế giới. Bằng một cách nào đó mình khiến cho mọi người thay đổi quan điểm được về mình. Thì em nghĩ đó là cái hành trình của những nobody trong cuộc sống.
mọi người hoàn toàn có thể tự hào mình là một nobody, bởi vì nobody somebody để có thể hướng đến và trở thành. Và cũng đừng có bị cảm giác hoang hoãi giống em là vì mình là nobody và mình bị identity crisis. Em đã trải qua quá nhiều cái cơn mà khủng hoảng căn tính và không biết mình là ai rồi đến mới bây giờ. Quá nhiều cái cơn mà khủng hoảng căn tính và không biết mình là ai rồi đến mới bây giờ là em cảm thấy là không cần phải nghĩ nhiều về cái câu chuyện về căn tính đó nữa, mà mình chỉ cần mình sống một cái cuộc đời nó khi mà mình cảm thấy mình dám bắt đầu thì mình hãy bắt đầu một cái gì đó mới, thì đó đã là một cái hành trình để hướng đến hạnh phúc.
Thế thì chị cũng muốn kể cho Lucas một chuyện mà cũng chả ai biết.
Yeah.
Thế thì chị cũng muốn kể cho Lucas một chuyện mà cũng chả ai biết.
Yeah.
Đấy là chị ngỏ lời một tiến sĩ kiêm, nói chung một nhân vật mà trong ngành AI cũng...
Yeah.
Đấy là chị ngỏ lời một tiến sĩ kiêm, nói chung một nhân vật mà trong ngành ấy của Việt Nam, thậm chí của thế giới, anh ấy rất là khủng khiếp. Của Việt Nam, thậm chí của thế giới, anh ấy rất là khủng khiếp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thì anh ấy cũng chả biết đến Harvard cả. Chị gửi cho anh ấy cái trên, anh ấy nhìn cái danh sách của Harvard và anh ấy bảo là anh nhìn cái danh trên, anh ấy nhìn cái danh sách của Harvard và anh ấy bảo là cái danh sách này anh cóng quá, anh không lên đâu. Cái danh sách này anh cóng quá, anh không lên đâu. Nên chị mới ngồi nghĩ bảo nobody hay somebody thì cũng đâu có quan trọng gì.
Yeah.
Kể cả bạn có vẻ là somebody trong tất cả mọi người rồi mà tự bạn thấy bạn là nobody thì nó cũng không thay đổi cái outcome. Nhưng mà có một điều chị rất tin, đấy là ai cũng có một câu chuyện. Chị đặc biệt là muốn mời lên have ship những người biết cách kể chuyện.
Yeah.
Đúng không? Tại vì có thể có rất nhiều câu chuyện hay, nhưng mà vì cái định dạng podcast không được kể hay, rất nhiều câu chuyện hay, nhưng mà vì cái định dạng podcast không được kể hay thì nó sẽ không thể hay được. Còn chị nghĩ hôm nay em đã kể rất là rành mạch, chúng ta bàn được rất là nhiều chuyện, và chị luôn mong tìm với cá nhân chị đó là như thế. Còn khán giả thì thú thực và chị luôn mong tìm với cá nhân chị đó là như thế. Còn khán giả bây giờ nó cũng ở một giai đoạn rất khó khăn, theo kiểu là chị nhìn thấy rõ một cái sự dịch chuyển về mặt khán giả.
Yeah.
Chị đã từng nói một câu như chính em nói, chị rất muốn là nếu các bạn là người câu chuyện, là người trẻ và đã từng hoang mang, thì tôi muốn qua cái podcast này bằng những câu chuyện. Là người trẻ và đã từng hoang mang thì tôi muốn qua cái podcast này bằng những câu chuyện mà
Bien, pues son personas dañinas, son personas muy complicadas.
¿Y cómo operan?
Bien, pues son personas dañinas, son personas muy complicadas.
¿Y cómo operan? Ahí con
Pues
con
de
la
la manera.
degradación, con el desprecio.
Sí, pero te da una de cal y una de arena, es decir, sí, pero te da una de cal y una de arena, es decir, te tratan muy bien para luego tratarte mal y volver a tratarte bien, es decir, te tratan muy bien para luego tratarte mal y volver a tratarte bien. Te genera estas dependencias emocionales donde pues primero te dan mucho, te genera estas dependencias emocionales donde pues primero te dan mucho, pero luego te tratan muy mal. Y esto es bastante común además en mucho, pero luego te tratan muy mal. Y esto es bastante común además en parejas. Me refiero que es bastante común que la pareja se dé cuenta tarde. Parejas, me refiero que es bastante común que la pareja se dé cuenta tarde de que ha habido esa dependencia emocional, de ese maltrato emocional, de que ha habido esa dependencia emocional, de ese maltrato emocional, que casi lo normalizan y una vez que a lo mejor se han separado se han dado cuenta y dicen, que casi lo normalizan y una vez que a lo mejor se han separado se han dado cuenta y dicen, que casi lo normalizan y una vez que a lo mejor se han separado se han dado cuenta y dicen, si es que yo tenía un marido, tenía una mujer que era si es que yo tenía un marido, tenía una mujer que era completamente narcisista, que me trataba de esta manera y entras en un bucle completamente narcisista, que me trataba de esta manera y entras en un bucle complicado. En un bucle complicado.
¿De dónde crees que viene?
Mira, hace poco escuché a una persona que...
¿De dónde crees que viene?
Mira, hace poco escuché a una persona que dice que un narcisista... espero no equivocarme lo que voy a decir. Es decir, es una persona con la que para mí es un referente de la neurociencia. Dice que un narcisista podría venir que cuando nosotros criamos a nuestros hijos, les premiamos cuando hacen las cosas bien, les premiamos mucho, pero no les corregimos cuando hacen las cosas mal. Entonces, bien, les premiamos mucho, pero no les corregimos cuando hacen las cosas mal. Entonces, ellos lo único que ven es que cuando son protagonistas, cuando todo es bonito, entonces ellos lo único que ven es que cuando son protagonistas, cuando todo es bonito, cuando son ellos los que priman, tienen un refuerzo positivo, por lo que ellos siempre tienen que ser lo más elevado con respecto a todo lo demás. Que ellos siempre tienen que ser lo más elevado con respecto a todo lo demás. Se crían en ese estatus y que luego a la larga lo que genera es una persona que crían en ese estatus y que luego a la larga lo que genera es una persona narcisista que está por encima de los demás porque siempre lo han hecho bien y porque un narcisista que está por encima de los demás porque siempre lo han hecho bien y porque nunca han tenido una crítica. Por eso dice que en la crianza la atención es tan importante, la atención. No hablamos de tratar bien o tratar mal, sino la atención. Tú tienes que dar atención a una persona, de tratar bien o tratar mal, sino la atención. Tú tienes que dar atención a una persona cuando se porta bien y quitarle la atención cuando se porta mal. Y dar una galletita cuando se portan bien, pero corregir cuando se portan mal. Y dar una galletita cuando se portan bien, pero corregir cuando se portan mal. Y tienes que ser potestas cuando se portan mal. Y de esa manera no generarías un narcisista. Bueno, esto es una teoría que ya te digo que soy una persona que, bueno, para mí es un referente y me cuadra una barbaridad. Dice que si, bueno, para mí es un referente y me cuadra una barbaridad. Dice que si actuamos de esa manera, podemos generar adultos narcisistas. Si actuamos de esa manera, podemos generar adultos narcisistas.
Paul Conti decía, es un psiquiatra, decía, es una disfuncionalidad tan profunda. Paul Conti decía, es un psiquiatra, decía, es una disfuncionalidad tan profunda de sentido de no pertenencia y de poco valor interno que sobrecompensa.
Es que lo pasan fatal.
Con validación,
Sí, sí.
alzarse, elevarse.
Lo pasan mal. Es que un narcisista ve el éxito de otra persona y lo pasan mal. O sea, realmente, a mí algunas veces, no es que, sí, me dan pena. O sea, porque yo estoy convencido de que ven que a alguien le va bien, que alguien tiene reconocimiento, que alguien tiene éxito, y lo pasan de una manera horrorosa. Y por eso, el reconocimiento que alguien tiene éxito, y lo pasan de una manera horrorosa. Y por eso necesitan lo que dices tú, esa sobrevaloración, esa sobrevalidación de todo. Por eso necesitan lo que dices tú, esa sobrevaloración, esa sobrevalidación de todo lo que van haciendo. Sí, sí.
Si tú te encontrases con un narcisista, eso es lo que harías. Validarle el ego, regarle el ego.
Trataría de escucharle y darle mucho protagonismo. Trataría de escucharle muy por encima de lo que escucho a lo mejor a los demás. Escucharle muy por encima de lo que escucho a lo mejor a los demás. Sobre todo por egoísmo. Porque es que si no lo hago me va a ir mal. Entonces, sobre todo por egoísmo. Porque es que si no lo hago me va a ir mal. Entonces, su foco. Voy a ver qué es lo que
distanciarte, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, pero
Si
depende, depende, porque a lo mejor distanciarme lo que me provoca. Sí, bueno, pero
Si
depende, porque a lo mejor distanciarme lo que me provoca es precisamente una reacción negativa por su parte. Entonces yo lo que me provoca es precisamente una reacción negativa por su parte. Entonces yo lo que tengo que ver es de qué manera tengo que actuar para actuar de la manera que él espera que actúe. No sé si me explico. Entonces tienes que navegar en la manera que él espera que actúe. No sé si me explico. Entonces tienes que navegar en un cuadrante muy estrecho, muy pequeñito, porque salirte de ahí puede ser peligroso. O sea, no te va a ir bien ya tratando con un narcisista. De primeras no te va a ir bien, pero dentro de que no te va a ir bien, pues lo menos dañino posible es intentando identificar qué es lo que necesita, quiere y dárselo.
Yo hago la broma con mis amigos, que no es ninguna broma, yo lo pienso de verdad. Yo hago la broma con mis amigos, que no es ninguna broma, yo lo pienso de verdad. Yo, como sabes, nos movemos en un ambiente donde hay gente con mucho éxito, lidera grandes equipos, gente altamente competente, pero que tiende a eso. Y yo tengo una broma con mis amigos que es el Dead Eyes Club. es que lo llamo yo, es ojos muertos. Es como que hay personas que tienen el ojo muerto, brillo que puedes, y no todo el mundo, porque me dicen, Adrián, puedes percibir perfectamente su falta de empatía, su ausencia de culpa. Y te da esa sensación que están en su propio mundo y que si te tienen que pisar, y te da esa sensación que están en su propio mundo y que si te tienen que pisar y dejar un cadáver, lo harán.
Sí, sí, sí,
Que pisar y dejar un cadáver, lo harán.
sí, sí, sí,
Es que pisar y dejar un cadáver, lo harán.
sí, sí, sí.
¿Es una imaginación mía o es así?
No, no, pero mira, incluso hay un antropólogo argentino.
¿Es una imaginación mía o es así?
No, no, pero mira, incluso hay un antropólogo argentino que él definió una vez una mirada que tenían algunos psicópatas vinculados a la delincuencia, ¿vale? Psicópatas vinculados a la delincuencia, ¿vale? Él lo aclara. Algunos psicópatas vinculados a la delincuencia, él llega a observar una relajación unos psicópatas vinculados a la delincuencia, él llega a observar una relajación extrema o extra en los párpados superiores. O sea, era como una especie de extrema o extra en los párpados superiores. O sea, era como una especie de desdén. En situaciones en las que, por ejemplo, un juicio donde estás jugando de desdén. En situaciones en las que, por ejemplo, un juicio donde estás jugando
Quella è la non ha mai fatto cardio in maniera specifica, ha un VO2 max basso, quella è la persona che magari deve distribuire le sue attività più verso quelle quella è la persona che magari deve distribuire le sue attività più verso quelle che fanno aumentare il VO2 max, quindi più verso l'attività cardio e non insistere quelle che fanno aumentare il VO2 max, quindi più verso l'attività cardio e non insistere quelle che fanno aumentare il VO2 max, quindi più verso l'attività cardio e non insistere con l'attività con i pesi, non perché non gli faccia bene, ma semplicemente perché con l'attività con i pesi, non perché non gli faccia bene, ma semplicemente perché dobbiamo andare verso la parte più carente. E questo è un discorso che si fa perché dobbiamo andare verso la parte più carente. E questo è un discorso che si fa tutti i giorni in studio, nel senso che nel mondo ideale tutti dovremmo si fa tutti i giorni in studio, nel senso che nel mondo ideale tutti dovremmo far tutto. Cioè nel mondo ideale tutti dovremmo avere una routine con attività cardio a bassa intensità, quella che chiamiamo zona 2, attività cardio ad alta intensità, cardio a bassa intensità, quella che chiamiamo zona 2, attività cardio ad alta intensità, tipo HIIT, allenamento della forza, flessibilità, mobilità.
Sì.
Però sai com'è, finché uno non
Visti i
viene
tempi non è più fattibile.
o uno fa la sai com'è, finché uno non
Visti i
viene
tempi non è più fattibile.
o uno fa l'atleta e viene
Ah,
pagato
certo,
per
sì.
fare attività fisica, o si trova il modo
Però
fa l'atleta e viene
Ah,
pagato
certo,
per
sì.
fare attività fisica, o si trova il modo
Però l'atleta non vive a lungo perché fa troppo, no, magari solitamente ho sentito che però l'atleta non vive a lungo perché fa troppo, no, magari solitamente ho sentito che comunque a livello di longevità magari fare invece così tanto può essere che e comunque a livello di longevità magari fare invece e comunque a livello di longevità magari fare invece così tanto può essere che è contro la natura.
il problema dell'atleta è che spesso non recupera bene,
Ah, okay.
nel senso che si dice la parte più importante dell'allenamento è il recupero o il riposo, perché è lì dove che la magia accade fondamentalmente. L'atleta si allena magari 4-6 ore al giorno tutti i giorni, l'atleta si allena magari 4-6 ore al giorno tutti i giorni, poi anche delle competizioni, quindi un livello di stress elevato, e si è visto che negli atleti ci sono le competizioni, quindi un livello di stress elevato, e si è visto che negli atleti ci sono dei fenomeni ossidativi, come dire, un consumo articolare, fenomeni di ci sono dei fenomeni ossidativi, come dire, un consumo articolare, di ossidazione che portano a infiammazioni, invecchiamento cellulare più veloce,
Sì.
di ossidazione che portano a infiammazioni, invecchiamento cellulare più veloce,
Sì.
rispetto magari ad una persona che è consapevole che l'altra faccia della rispetto magari ad una persona che è consapevole che l'altra faccia della medaglia dell'attività fisica è il recupero. Ti faccio un esempio: LeBron James, lui punta a dormire ogni giorno 10 ore, perché ha capito che effettivamente tutto il lavoro che fai in palestra o in allenamento non è niente se poi non fai in modo che quella in palestra o in allenamento non è niente se poi non fai in modo che quella parte lì possa lavorare nel momento in cui lui è a riposo. E chi è che si può permettere di dormire 10 ore per notte?
10 ore sono in effetti
10 ore sono tante. Può permettere di dormire
no,
10 ore per notte.
10 ore sono in effetti
10 ore sono tante, cioè
sì.
o hai 2 anni o se no è difficile dormire 10 ore, non conosco sono tante, cioè
sì.
o hai 2 anni o se no è difficile dormire 10 ore, non conosco nessun adulto
No, in effetti no.
che lo possa fare ogni giorno. Quindi tutto sta con nessun adulto
No, in effetti no.
che lo possa fare ogni giorno. Quindi tutto sta a cercare di capire quali sono gli obiettivi e poi è fondamentale, secondo me, sta a cercare di capire quali sono gli obiettivi e poi è fondamentale, secondo me, anche il monitoraggio. Perché se tu non hai un tempo zero, non hai quella motivazione, quindi so che tu anche sei una grande fan di parametri biometrici, antropometrici, perché conosci bene i parametri biometrici, antropometrici, perché conosci bene il potere di quel numero, che non è dire con ansia vediamo se va bene, vediamo se va male,
Che può succedere
che può
anche
succede a
quello.
tutti, è successo,
Soprattutto
vediamo se va male,
che può succedere
che può
anche
succede a
quello.
tutti, è successo.
All'inizio.
È un po', la fase iniziale, esatto, quando non ci si conosce bene. Nel momento in cui poi aumenta la consapevolezza relativamente al tema nel momento in cui poi aumenta la consapevolezza relativamente al tema salute e al tema funzionamento, grazie a tutti questi valori, ci si approccia un po' al tema salute e al tema funzionamento, grazie a tutti questi valori, ci si approccia un po' con più maturità e saggezza. Un po' con più maturità e saggezza. E quindi però sapere di poter contare su un valore da monitorare nel corso del tempo e di dire quella è la mia stella polare, perché è il valore che mi dà il maggior ritorno. La mia stella polare, perché è il valore che mi dà il maggior ritorno dell'investimento, e lì dove sono più carente lo posso monitorare in maniera precisa. Il ritorno dell'investimento è lì dove sono più carente, lo posso monitorare in maniera precisa, magari con uno strumento o con un esame in studio, allora mi motiva a fare precisa, magari con uno strumento o con un esame in studio, allora mi motiva a far meglio.
Entrambe le cose perché lo strumento è con te tutti i giorni poi.
A far meglio.
Entrambe le cose perché lo strumento
A far meglio.
Entrambe le cose perché lo strumento è con te tutti i giorni poi. Poi no,
Sì,
magari
sì, esatto. Quindi ti dico, la mia motivazione nasce 2 diverse situazioni. Allora, la prima, comunque ho a disposizione tutta una serie di parametri per cui so che all'azione X corrisponde una serie di parametri per cui so che all'azione X corrisponde un movimento Y, e quindi sono motivato a far bene, ho voglia. Dall'altra parte, appunto, e quindi sono motivato a far bene, ho voglia. Dall'altra parte, appunto, per me è una missione, perché essendo il paziente zero devo dare l'esempio, e quindi è una missione perché essendo il paziente zero devo dare l'esempio. Sono il primo che cerca di mettere dentro la bassa intensità cardio, l'alta intensità. Sono il primo che cerca di mettere dentro la bassa intensità cardio, l'alta intensità cardio, flessibilità, mobilità, forza, ed è un lavoro. Mi rendo conto che è un lavoro. Io posso dire che per me è un lavoro, perché quando io mi aggiorno per capire l'effetto dell'attività fisica, io sto lavorando. Quando io mi aggiorno per capire l'effetto dell'attività fisica, io sto lavorando, o perlomeno è la scusa che mi racconto questa. Però non tutti hanno questa, o perlomeno è la scusa che mi racconto questa. Però non tutti hanno questa voglia e questa motivazione. Quindi persone come te, come me, attraverso anche questa voglia e questa motivazione. Quindi persone come te, come me, attraverso anche questi canali, devono motivare le persone a migliorare tanti aspetti dello stile di di vita e a farlo in maniera un po' funzionale e sostenibile. Di vita e a farlo in maniera un po' funzionale e sostenibile.
Beh, è una bella missione la tua sicuramente, però come cioè quando è stato il mo è una bella missione la tua sicuramente, però come cioè quando è stato il momento e perché hai iniziato a interessarti così tanto di longevi
Allora, la mia storia nasce dal fatto che essendo cardiologo tutti nominano sempre la mia storia nasce dal fatto che essendo cardiologo tutti nominano sempre le classiche statistiche per cui le malattie cardiovascolari sono la prima
8 milhões, né? Cerca de 9,3% da população brasileira ou sofrem de ansiedade. Isso sem a gente falar do que é subnotificado, do que sofrem de ansiedade. Isso sem a gente falar do que é subnotificado, do que acaba não sendo avaliado dentro dessas pesquisas. E a gente tá, do que acaba não sendo avaliado dentro dessas pesquisas. E a gente está sendo o país mais ansioso do mundo, né? O segundo em casos de burnout. E é o país mais ansioso do mundo, né? O segundo em casos de burnout. E esse é um problema que a gente tem lidado muito, né? Principalmente no pós. E esse é um problema que a gente tem lidado muito, né? Principalmente no pós-pandemia, eu sinto que a gente fala muito que a depressão era o mal do no pós-pandemia, eu sinto que a gente fala muito que a depressão era o mal do século, e eu sinto que a depressão, apesar de ainda ser um mal muito grande, ela mal do século, e eu sinto que a depressão, apesar de ainda ser um mal muito grande, ela perdeu até um pouco do protagonismo por conta da ansiedade, dos efeitos da ansiedade. O que é ansiedade, assim, Lisa? Se tiver ansiedade, o que é ansiedade, assim, Lisa? Se tivesse que explicar bem por cima.
Não, bem por cima, a ansiedade ela é uma emoção.
Se tivesse que explicar bem por cima.
Não, bem por cima, a ansiedade ela é uma emoção como qualquer outra, né? E todas as emoções ela tem dois lados da moeda. Então, uma emoção como qualquer outra, né? E todas as emoções ela tem dois lados da moeda. Então assim, a alegria, pô, todo mundo quer, óbvio. Agora já o medo, por exemplo. Então assim, a alegria, pô, todo mundo quer, óbvio. Agora já o medo, por exemplo. Medo é uma sensação que a gente acha que é ruim e que a gente não quer ter. Por exemplo, medo é uma sensação que a gente acha que é ruim e que a gente não quer ter. Mas se a gente não tivesse medo, talvez eu passasse a mão no cachorro Mas se a gente não tivesse medo, talvez eu passasse a mão no cachorro o Rottweiler do vizinho e perdesse a mão, sabe? Então, o medo ele me protege também. O Rottweiler do vizinho e o Rottweiler do vizinho e perdesse a mão, sabe? Então, o medo ele me protege também. A raiva, ok, todo mundo leva a raiva como algo ruim. Então, explodiu de raiva. Mas a raiva também nos sinaliza que tem alguma emoção ou algum explodiu de raiva. Mas a raiva também nos sinaliza que tem alguma emoção ou alguma situação que foi injusta com a gente e que a gente deveria reagir a ela. Ou alguma situação que foi injusta com a gente e que a gente deveria reagir a ela. Então, todas as emoções têm a sua função. E quando a gente fala de ansiedade, é a função de nos preparar para o futuro. A ansiedade é essa, né? O medo é o perigo iminente que está aqui na minha frente. A ansiedade é essa, né? O medo é o perigo iminente que está aqui na minha frente. A ansiedade é a possibilidade do medo que está por vir, sabe? Então, é o que vem. Então, a ansiedade é muito bom porque nos mantém preparados, nos mantém alerta. Às vezes posso ter, sei lá, vou participar de algum programa e eu tô com aquela ansiedadezinha de como vai ser, isso faz eu estudar um pouquinho mais. É bom. A ansiedadezinha de como vai ser, isso faz eu estudar um pouquinho mais. O problema é, se esse alarme tá disparando o tempo inteiro e sem palpável, isso começa a se tornar disfuncional. E aí, às vezes, ir na padaria, pô, me desperta a ansiedade. Então, ir na padaria é algo que não deveria... Na padaria, pô, me desperta a ansiedade. Então, ir na padaria é algo que não deveria ser catastrófico, mas aquilo acaba ligando o alarme, ligando o alerta da... Não deveria ser catastrófico, mas aquilo acaba ligando o alarme, ligando o alerta da pessoa e a pessoa fica palpitando, fica preparada para luta ou fuga. Então, ela vai da pessoa e a pessoa fica palpitando, fica preparada para luta ou fuga. Vai ou lutar ou correr, porque ela está se preparando para o futuro e para o perigo que vai ou lutar ou correr, porque ela está se preparando para o futuro e para o perigo que vem a seguir, né? Então, essa disfunção do alarme, digamos, do que pode acontecer de errado. E aí vem a catastrofização, que é tipo, sempre vai do que pode acontecer de errado. E aí vem a catastrofização, que é tipo, sempre vai dar algo muito ruim, sempre vai o 8 ou 80, né? Se uma coisa deu errado na minha vida, sempre vai dar algo muito ruim, sempre vai o 8 ou 80, né? Se uma coisa deu errado na minha vida desse jeito, sempre vai dar, agora eu não vou mais conseguir fazer nada. Na minha vida desse jeito, sempre vai dar, agora eu não vou mais conseguir fazer nada. Então, tem muitas distorções assim que a gente tem de realidade que são muito nada. Então, tem muitas distorções assim que a gente tem de realidade que são muito próprias da ansiedade, como se fosse realmente a lente de um óculos, que a ansiedade faz a gente ver as coisas no 880, sabe?
E de onde vem? Como é que eu consigo traçar de onde vem a ansiedade? E de onde vem? Como é que eu consigo traçar a ansiedade?
Cara, a ansiedade é natural, ela sempre vai vir em todo mundo, acho que...
Ansiedade?
Cara, a ansiedade é natural, ela sempre vai vir em todo mundo, acho que não tem ninguém que não tenha o sentimento de ansiedade. Eu falei, ela é até protetiva.
Mas até pra virar um tag, como é que eu consigo?
Eu falei, ela é até protetiva.
Mas até pra virar um tag, como é que eu consigo?
Eu falei, ela é até protetiva.
Mas até pra virar um tag, como é que eu consigo quando desenvolve pra um tag, assim, como é que eu sei o que tem consigo quando desenvolve pra um tag, assim, como é que eu sei o que tem o principal caçador é ou não é multifatorial? O principal caçador é ou não é multifatorial?
É multifatorial, tipo, são uma soma de questões e coisas que foram acumulando. É multifatorial, tipo, são uma soma de questões e coisas que foram acumulando. Até como a gente estava falando no início do modelo cognitivo e da crença, são uma série. Até como a gente estava falando no início do modelo cognitivo e da crença, são uma série de experiências que a gente vai montando como bloquinhos, e cada uma série de experiências que a gente vai montando como bloquinhos, e cada experiência vai compondo a nossa visão de mundo. E aí, como você vai identificar? Cada experiência vai compondo a nossa visão de mundo. E aí, como você vai identificar qual bloquinho, né? Às vezes é fazendo o trabalho do modelo cognitivo, que é identificar quais gatilhos. O que você pensa quando está ansioso? Modelo cognitivo, que é identificar quais gatilhos. O que você pensa que está ansioso? Tipo, geralmente eu penso que eu tô ansioso relacionado a performance, por exemplo. Então, tipo, os momentos que eu mais tenho suor, palpitação, é quando o meu chefe me manda e-mail, é quando eu vou palpitação, é quando o meu chefe me manda e-mail, é quando eu vou, sei lá, precisar entregar um trabalho ou fazer uma apresentação para os meus colegas. Precisar entregar um trabalho ou fazer uma apresentação para os meus colegas. Isso me dá uma ansiedade absurda. Então talvez seja uma questão relacionada à performance. Como foi a performance para você ao longo da sua vida? Questão relacionada à performance. Como foi a performance para você ao longo da sua vida? O que foi? O que simboliza, né? Mas é que eu lembro que uma vez o que foi? O que simboliza, né? Mas é que eu lembro que uma vez eu tava na escola, errei um bagulho e riram de mim o resto do ano. Aí a gente vai... Eu tava na escola, errei um bagulho e riram de mim o resto do ano. Aí a gente vai começando a desmontar essa questão, né? Então é realmente fazer um rastreio de pensamento automático, principalmente. É realmente fazer um rastreio de pensamento automático, principalmente, que é tipo o que você pensa quando está ansioso. E aí que a gente descobre assim, as maiores pistas de como que foi o start da ansiedade na sua vida.
Tá, beleza. Então eu estou sentindo que eu tô com ansiedade, eu sinto. Tá, beleza. Então eu estou sentindo que eu tô com ansiedade, eu sinto que meu pensamento ele tá cada vez mais catastrofizado, eu tô ruminando as loucuras aqui, eu tô ruminando as loucuras aqui, eu tô. Qual que você acha que é o melhor caminho para quem quer começar a combater a ansiedade, a achar pelo menos caminho para quem quer começar a combater a ansiedade, a achar pelo menos.
You say pretty much still don't pay too much attention to toes. You just trust that you'll hear a word enough so that you pronounce it correctly. What do your teachers say about your toes? My teacher says that they can hear it. Sometimes I might make a mistake just because I didn't say it correctly. They'll just correct it. I'll just say when I first started, I'll say my accuracy for toes about 70 to 80%, but beyond that is pretty much because the hard words like the word addiction is like shangyin, so it's kind of a pain in the butt. It's just that word. I can't even say t-shirt, changshan, and then fengshan for the electronic fan. Yeah, pretty much. You hear it so many times, you'll eventually get used to it. Mandarin's like the easier of the three, in my opinion. You won't honestly the tones come naturally because you hear it so many dang times. If that's like the primary language, right? But if it's you really multiple like me, you might have to manually learn it because every time I speak, I generally just keep thinking about the lines. So I always think about the lines, not really about the ping that much. But yeah, I don't really pay much to attention to the tone in the beginning, right? But when you start speaking, you have to pay attention to it. But when you get to the later stages, you don't have to think that much about it because you heard it so many times and you're thinking about it all the time anyways. So you know, I did 40 hours of shadowing, so that definitely auto corrected a bit. If I didn't do shadowing, it probably wouldn't be as good, but I could always do more and make it more accurate. So I'll say I have accuracy of tones like 98%. The 2% usually just very hard words or words I've never said before.
Menos caminho para quem quer começar a combater a ansiedade a achar pelo menos para onde começar a melhorar isso.
I pretty much look for men that sound like people I want to sound like. I can try to look for the exact guy. I had like an exact guy I try to copy. I actually copied an old Beijing guy that didn't work out too well because I sound too old, so I had to pretty much find like a modern guy. I don't know if I can find it on the spot. Let me see if I can look through. I copied some guy. Pretty much the one you want to mimic. So if you were a girl, of course you want to go for a girl. If it was a guy, you want to look for a guy. At first, I started like with this guy, Keem's observation, politics. I think that's one. It's not a way too formal.
第二个季度，中小银行降息持续升温，城商行、农商行、村镇银行、民营银行都
Pretty
在。
much copied this guy, but I realized all the words I'm saying are way too political. And then I started showing this guy. This guy is like the most standard, despite his age. He's like he gives a lot of speeches, so it's pretty good. More modern.
什么叫逆商呢？就是你应对逆境时候的能力。我说我要讲《逆商》这本书，哇，一大堆人留言说范老师这本书特别适合我。还有
pretty much men in my case. No.
Menos para onde começar a melhorar isso?
Cara, excelente pergunta, até porque fica de sugestão pra galera. Tem uma ferramenta.
Yeah, of course.
Cara, excelente pergunta, até porque fica de sugestão pra galera. Uma ferramenta que é muito boa, que eu acho que todo mundo deveria fazer, que é o registro de pensamento disfuncional, RPD. Como registro de pensamento disfuncional, RPD. Como que funciona? Ansioso, se sentiu palpitando ou alguma emoção, se sente ansioso, se sentiu palpitando ou alguma emoção disfuncional, você sente que é negativa, você anota qual foi a situação que você estava nesse momento. Você sente que é negativa, você anota qual foi a situação que você estava nesse momento, qual foi o pensamento automático que veio nela, tipo, momento, qual foi o pensamento automático que veio nela, tipo, o pensamento automático, meu chefe vai me julgar, ou então minha namorada vai, sei lá, me trair, ou então, sabe, qual foi o pensamento nessa situação? Sei lá, me trair, ou então, sabe, qual foi o pensamento nessa situação? Qual a emoção que veio associada, né? Pode ser ansiedade junto com raiva, ansiedade junto com tristeza. Tendo esses 3 registros, que é a situação, pensamento, emoção, junto com tristeza. Tendo esses 3 registros, que é a situação, pensamento, emoção, faz isso ao longo de 2 semanas, cara. Depois, revisita essas anotações e vê quais são os padrões que você identifica. Porque às vezes você pode...
Vous n'avez peut-être rien remarqué, mais depuis quelques années, une véritable guerre d'opinion est en train de se mener dans le monde des psys. Une véritable guerre d'opinion est en train de se mener dans le monde des psys. Je vais tout vous expliquer aujourd'hui et je vous donnerai bien évidemment mon avis personnel en fin de vidéo. Commençons par le commencement. Pour qu'il y ait une bataille, il faut qu'il y ait au moins deux camps opposés. D'un côté, pour qu'il y ait une bataille, il faut qu'il y ait au moins deux camps opposés. D'un côté, vous allez avoir les universitaires, les psychologues. D'un côté, vous allez avoir les universitaires, les psychologues, psychiatres, psychothérapeutes inscrits officiellement au registre des professionnels de santé, et leur message pourrait se résumer ainsi: on ne peut pas être professionnel de santé, et leur message pourrait se résumer ainsi: pas laisser n'importe qui recevoir des personnes vulnérables avec 3 week-ends de formation, un compte Instagram et un discours séduisant. Et de l'autre côté, vous avez des thérapeutes qui n'ont pas forcément de diplôme universitaire, ou en tout cas qui n'ont pas un titre protégé. Ils sont psychopraticiens, praticiens formés dans des écoles privées, et dont le discours pourrait se résumer en: le diplôme ne garantit ni l'humanité, ni la compétence relationnelle, ni la qualité thérapeutique. Ce que les clients ou les patients recherchent, c'est quelqu'un qui les aide vraiment. Et les arguments des patients recherchent, c'est quelqu'un qui les aide vraiment. Et les arguments d'un camp comme de l'autre font sens. On va rentrer plus dans le détail, mais voir aussi d'un camp comme de l'autre font sens. On va rentrer plus dans le détail, mais voir aussi quelles sont leurs faiblesses. Si on commence par parler plus en profondeur du premier camp, celui des personnes qui ont un diplôme, un titre profondeur du premier camp, celui des personnes qui ont un diplôme, un titre protégé, comme c'est le cas par exemple des psychologues et des psychiatres. Ils ont un numéro qu'on appelle ADELI ou nouvellement RPPPS. En France, le titre de psychologue est protégé par une loi qui date de 1985. Il est réservé aux titres de psychologue est protégé par une loi qui date de 1985. Il est réservé aux personnes qui ont suivi un parcours universitaire, 5 années d'études, la licence, la maîtrise et le master. Le titre de psychothérapeute est la licence, la maîtrise, la maîtrise et le master. Le titre de psychothérapeute est lui aussi encadré. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui est un petit peu plus récent. Ces prérequis sont inclus dans la formation universitaire des psychologues et des psychiatres. C'est pour ça que ces deux corps de métier peuvent demander à avoir les psychiatres. C'est pour ça que ces deux corps de métier peuvent demander à avoir le titre de psychothérapeute, si bien évidemment ils ont une pratique par le titre de psychothérapeute, si bien évidemment ils ont une pratique clinique, parce que je rappelle qu'il y a des psychologues qui ne sont pas cliniques, parce que je rappelle qu'il y a des psychologues qui ne sont pas psychothérapeutes parce qu'ils font principalement de la recherche ou qu'ils travaillent par exemple dans les entreprises et qu'ils ne pratiquent pas la psychothérapie. Et donc aujourd'hui, vous pouvez retrouver tout un tas d'appellations qui ne recouvrent absolument pas la même réalité en termes de qualité de formation. C'est-à-dire que des personnes, par exemple coach, psychopraticien, thérapeute, psychanalyste, peuvent avoir des formations très solides comme des formations extrêmement légères. Et donc un des premiers arguments de ce camp est simple: l'utilisation des mots et une certaine forme d'attente chez les personnes, et on peut avoir chez le public une grande incompréhension vis-à-vis de toutes les formulations qui peuvent être employées, et donc il peut y avoir des formulations trompeuses. Et donc l'argument qui va être avancé, c'est celui premièrement de la protection du public, surtout quand on parle de sujets très importants et graves, protection du public, surtout quand on parle de sujets très importants et graves en termes de santé mentale, comme ça peut être le cas, par exemple, grave en termes de santé mentale, comme ça peut être le cas, par exemple, de dépression, de troubles du comportement alimentaire, d'idées suicidaires, de dépression, de troubles du comportement alimentaire, d'idées suicidaires, de psychose, de maladies mentales, etc. Dans ces cas de figure-là, il est important que les professionnels, bien évidemment, soient très bien formés, et c'est un argument de poids qui va dans le camp de ce groupe qui ont des formations universitaires et beaucoup d'heures de formation en psychopathologie. Et donc on pourrait dire que dans ces cas de figure-là, la bonne volonté ne suffit pas. Il faut savoir évaluer le risque. Bonne volonté ne suffit pas. Il faut savoir évaluer le risque, signes d'alerte, orienter vers le bon professionnel, ne pas aggraver la situation, et ne pas confondre accompagnement, développement personnel et soins psychiques. Il faut aussi bien évidemment intégrer les psychiatres dans ce et soins psychiques. Il faut aussi bien évidemment et soins psychiques. Il faut aussi bien évidemment intégrer les psychiatres dans ce débat, qui sont eux des professionnels de santé, qui sont médecins à la base, dans ce débat, qui sont eux des professionnels de santé, qui sont médecins à la base, ils font tout un parcours de médecine et ensuite une spécialisation à la fin de leur... Ils font tout un parcours de médecine. Ils font tout un parcours de médecine et ensuite une spécialisation à la fin de leurs années d'études, ce qui fait que ce sont les seuls professionnels de santé. Ils font toutes leurs années d'études, ce qui fait que ce sont les seuls professionnels de santé qui peuvent poser des diagnostics en santé mentale et prescrire des médicaments, comme par exemple des antidépresseurs, etc. Ce camp peut aussi s'appuyer sur toutes les dérives sectaires qui ont pu être etc. Ce camp peut aussi s'appuyer sur toutes les dérives sectaires qui ont pu être référencées à la Mivilude, qui signale depuis plusieurs années une progression des alertes dans les domaines de la santé, du bien-être, progression des alertes dans les domaines de la santé, du bien-être, du coaching, des pratiques non conventionnelles et des offres du coaching, des pratiques non conventionnelles et des offres pseudothérapeutiques, notamment amplifiées par les réseaux sociaux. Mais ce camp a aussi ses angles morts. Le premier angle mort, c'est le risque de fétichiser. Et ce camp a aussi ses angles morts. Le premier angle mort, c'est le risque de fétichiser le diplôme. Parce qu'avoir un master ou un doctorat de psychologie, fétichiser le diplôme. Parce qu'avoir un master ou un doctorat de psychologie, un doctorat de médecine ou une inscription officielle ne garantit pas automatiquement une bonne présence thérapeutique, une bonne alliance, une capacité à travailler avec les ruptures relationnelles, ni même une posture suffisamment humble. Le deuxième angle mort, c'est le risque corporel. Parce que quand la défense du titre devient méprisante, agressive, parce que quand la défense du titre devient méprisante, agressive, disqualifiante, elle devient une défense de territoire. Nous avons le droit d'exercer, mais pas vous. Pas vous. Et même si l'intention première, c'est la protection du public, le problème, c'est que le ton peut produire l'effet inverse. Les autres praticiens, qui sont parfois très compétents, vont se sentir légitimement attaqués, La question de la qualité de la thérapie, finalement, devient secondaire, et tout ça se
バレちゃったなみたいな、あれ私の話はっていう感じになっちゃうと思う。だったのに奪われちゃったなみたいな、あれ私の話はっていう感じになっちゃうと思うんですよね。なんで相手が話し終わった時に実は俺も見たことあってさみたいな、その方と思うんですよね。なんで相手が話し終わった時に実は俺も見たことあってさみたいな、その方が会話が気持ちよくお互いに続くんじゃないかなって思います。でこれね、意外と女性の方が会話が気持ちよくお互いに続くんじゃないかなって思います。でこれね、意外と女性側も最後まで話を聞いてくれる人にね好感持つ意見がすごく多かったんですよね。女性側も最後まで話を聞いてくれる人にね好感持つ意見がすごく、なんでとにかく相手の話を遮らないっていうのは結構大事なポイントかも。なんでとにかく相手の話を遮らないっていうのは結構大事なポイントかもしれません。では次、女性側がいい感じだなって思った男性かもしれません。では次、女性側がいい感じだなって思った男性の話し方。こちら、過去に話した会話を覚えていてくれてた。自分の話を覚えてくれてるって結構嬉しくないですか？過去に言った会話を覚えてるってことは、あなたにてくれてるって結構嬉しくないですか？過去に言った会話を覚えてるってことは、あなたに興味がありますっていうメッセージでもあると思うんですよ。なんでふとした時にそういえば前言ってた旅行どうだったとか、前言ってたあれ楽しかったみたいな、そういえば前言ってた旅行どうだったとか、前言ってたあれ楽しかったみたいな、そんな感じで聞くだけでも女性は結構嬉しいと思います。感じで聞くだけでも女性は結構嬉しいと思います。ただもちろんその全部覚えるの難しいし、逆に覚えすぎても変に思われちゃうと思うので、相手覚えるの難しいし、逆に覚えすぎても変に思われちゃうと思うので、相手が話してたこととかそういうのだけでも全然いいと思います。全部じゃなくて話してたこととかそういうのだけでも全然いいと思います。なくてもほんの少し覚えてるだけでも相手は結構嬉しいんじゃないかなって思います。なくてもほんの少し覚えてるだけでも相手は結構嬉しいんじゃないかなって思います。では次、男性の意見。会話の内容こちら。筋トレしてるだけで一つの話題になるし、体脂肪の落とし方。会話の内容こちら。筋トレしてるだけで一つの話題になるし、体脂肪の落とし方や会話の内容こちら。筋トレしてるだけで一つの話題になるし、体脂肪の落とし方や食生活の話にもつながるきっかけになる。いや、この意見も結構あったんですよ。食生活の話にもつながるきっかけになる。いや、この意見も結構筋トレって見た目がかっこよくなるだけじゃなくて会話盛り上がる。すごくないですか？筋トレって見た目がかっこよくなるだけじゃなくて筋トレって見た目がかっこよくなるだけじゃなくて会話盛り上がる。すごくないですか？筋トレしてるとダイエットとか食生活いろんな部分がつながってくると思う。ないですか？筋トレしてるとダイエットとか食生活いろんな部分がつながると思うので、どうやったら体脂肪落ちるかとか、どうやったら体もっと綺麗に見えるかと思うので、どうやったら体脂肪落ちるかとか、どうやったら体もっと綺麗に見えるかみたいな、そういうので盛り上がりやすいんじゃないかなって思います。見た目もみたいな、そういうので盛り上がりやすいんじゃないかなって思います。見た目かっこよくなるし、会話も盛り上がるし、筋トレは最高。かっこよくなるし、会話も盛り上がるし、筋トレは最高。では次、女性がいいなって思った男性の話し方。こちら、傷つかないギャグを言える人。では次、女性がいいなって思った男性の話し方。こちら、傷つかないギャグを言える人は楽しいし、また話したいって思います。距離縮まった感じもする。ぶっちゃけ普段から面白いこと言うことが得意じゃないと結構難しいんじゃないかな。ぶっちゃけ普段から面白いこと言うことが得意じゃないと結構難しいんじゃないかなって思うんですけど、ギャグって一つ言うだけでも一気に会話が盛り上がりますよ。 かなって思うんですけど、ギャグって一つ言うだけでも一気に会話が盛り上がりますよね。ギャグって言っても別にお笑い芸人みたいに面白いことを言ってほしいとかそういうですよね。ギャグって言っても別にお笑い芸人みたいに面白いことを言ってほしいとかそういうことは全くないと思うんですよ。ちょっとふざけるだけでも一気に距離感ってそういうことは全くないと思うんですよ。ちょっとふざけるだけでも一気に距離感って縮まったりするので、なんか男友達に話すみたいな感じで、距離感って縮まったりするので、なんか男友達に話すみたいな感じで、ふざけるみたいな、ちょっと楽しい、笑える空気感みたいな、そういう会話もいいんじゃない、ふざけるみたいな、ちょっとじゃないかなと思います。この面白い系、ギャグつながりで男性からの意見もありました。女子受けが良かった会話の内容。こちら、普段何してるって聞かれて、基本的な意見もありました。女子受けが良かった会話の内容。こちら、普段何してるって聞かれて、基本的に星見てるかなって言ったら爆笑されました。そこから仲良し。これレベル高くない？基本的に星見てるかなって言ったら爆笑されました。そこから仲良し。これレベル高くないですか？いや、本当に星見てる可能性もある。けど冗談の可能性もある。特にこういうないですか？いや、本当に星見てる可能性もある。けど冗談の可能性もある。特にこういう普段何してるとか、普通のことを聞いてるときに、あえていつもと違うこと、ありえない。こういう普段何してるとか、普通のことを聞いてるときに、あえていつもと違うこと、出ないことを言うと、より笑いが起きやすいのかもしれない。女性目線から見ても、こういう軽い出ないことを言うと、より笑いが起きやすいのかもしれない。女性目線から見ても、こういう軽いユーモアがある解消してくれる方は、すごく面白くて、一緒に話してて楽しいなって思い、軽いユーモアがある解消してくれる方は、すごく面白くて、一緒に話してて楽しいなって思いやすいと思います。ユーモアってすごく難しい部分だと思うんですけど、笑いが起きると、一気に距離感ってグッて縮みやすいと思うので、ちょっとボケてみる。笑いが起きると一気に距離感ってグッて縮みやすいと思うので、ちょっとボケてみるとか、絶対ないよなっていうことを言ってみるとか、そういうのをしてみると、蹴ってみるとか、絶対ないよなっていうことを言ってみるとか、そういうのをしてみると結構いい感じの雰囲気になりやすいんじゃないかなって思います。いい感じの雰囲気になりやすいんじゃないかなって思います。では次、男性が女子受け良かった会話の内容。次こちら、無印とかで何買ってる？では次、男性が女子受け良かった会話の内容。次こちら、無印とかで何買ってる？みたいな身近な話題は盛り上がります。小さな共感大事だと思う。女性からの意見でもみたいな身近な話題は盛り上がります。小さな共感大事だと思う。女性からの意見でも共感してくれる男性は話しやすいっていうね、意見すごく多かったんですよ。でも共感してくれる男性は話しやすいっていうね、意見すごく多かったんですよ。どんな小さなことでも共感してもらえると、そこから話も広がったり、どんな小さなことでも共感してもらえると、そこから話も広がったりするので、結構大事じゃないかなって思います。無印もいいし、コンビニとか最近ハマってるお菓子とか、そういう小さいことでも全然いいと思います。みんな共通して経験があるもの、お菓子とか、そういう小さいことでも全然いいと思います。みんな共通して経験があるものって話しやすいし盛り上がりやすいので、そういう小さな共通点見つけるのは結構大事。ものって話しやすいし盛り上がりやすいので、そういう小さな共通点見つけるのは結構大事かもしれません。あと服だったら、私がいつも紹介してるユニクロとか GU とか大事かもしれません。あと服だったら、私がいつも紹介してるユニクロとか GU とか、そういうのも結構女性もたくさん着てるので、共通の話題があると思う。私もそれ知ってるとか、私もそれ好きっていう、そういうところから会話ってどんどん広がっていくと思うので、まずは小さな共感できそうなところを見つけてみるといいかもしれないと思うので、まずは小さな共感できそうなところを見つけてみるといいかもしれません。では次、この話題も女性から人気でした。こちら、自炊や好きな料理の話。特にこの自炊、これ結構ね、 こちら自炊や好きな料理の話、特にこの自炊、これ結構ね人気の内容。自炊してるってなるとそこからまた普段どういう料理作るの、自炊してるってなるとそこからまた普段どういう料理作るのとか、料何とか、どうやって作るか教えてとか、女性も自炊されてる方が多いので料何とか、どうやって作るか教えてとか、女性も自炊されてる方が多いので、共通点が見つかって会話は広がりやすいんじゃないかなって思います。共通点が見つかって会話は広がりやすいんじゃないかなって思います。家で自炊されてる方って自分で料理を作るっていう自己管理
마음껏 마시되 무리하지 말자. 마음껏 마시되 무리하지 말자. 처음 들어봤어요, 전 거기서.
저도 태어나서 처음 들어봤어요.
처음 들어봤어요, 전 거기서.
저도 태어나서 처음 들어봤어요.
약간 지현 씨가 근데 제가 보니까 기분이 좋으면 하세요. 약간 지현 씨가 근데 제가 보니까 기분이 좋으면 하세요.
유식이한테 문자 받고 했잖아요. 유식이한테 문자 받고 했잖아요. 난 다 봤다니.
환승연애는 보셨어요?
거의 지연이랑 같이 봤고 저는
안 싸웠어요?
거의 지연이랑 같이 봤고 저는
안 싸웠어요?
싸웠죠.
보면서
싸웠죠. 보면서 뭐 하냐? 남자 이제 멤버들만 다 같이 모였어요.
네.
지인분들한테 보면서 뭐 하냐? 남자 이제 멤버들만 다 같이 모였어요.
네.
지인분들한테 야, 잘 보고 있어 환승연애 뭐 이런 식으로 온다는 거죠. 저는 세 글자밖에 안 와요. 잘 보고 있어 환승연애 뭐 이런 식으로 온다는 거죠. 잘 보고 있어 환승연애 뭐 이런 식으로 온다는 거죠. 저는 세 글자밖에 안 와요. 잘 보고 있어 환승연애 뭐 이런 식으로 온다는 거죠. 저는 세 글자밖에 안 와요. 괜찮아?
힘들어했잖아요.
힘들어한 건 아니고 사실.
힘들어했죠. 그 정도면 힘들어한 거죠.
힘들어했어요 사실. 힘들어했고. 아 죄송해요 진짜 새해 복 많이 받으세요.
여러분 안녕하세요. 헬스클럽의 혜린. 뭐죠? 세상에 이 열화 같은 반응 뭐죠? 오늘 굉장히 잘해야 될 것 같은 그런 생각이 드는데 사실 제가 지금 약간 최근 근 일주일 수면 양이 하루에 진짜 3시간씩 자고 있거든요. 제가 지금 약간 최근 근 일주일 수면 양이 하루에 진짜 3시간씩 자고 있거든요. 거의 이분들이 이 방송을 찍을 때랑 비슷할 것 같아요. 이분들도 제가 시청자로서 보기에 하루에 3시간씩 주무시고 지금 이 방송을 촬영하시는 것 같더라고요. 약간 그리고 3시간씩 주무시고 지금 이 방송을 3시간씩 주무시고 지금 이 방송을 촬영하시는 것 같더라고요. 그리고 오늘 술이 너무 약간 이분들 술 너무 잘 드실 것 같아서 제가 좀 무서운 그런 날인데 제가 너무너무 사실 언급을 많이 했어요. 제가 좀 무서운 그런 날인데 제가 너무너무 사실 언급을 많이 했었잖아요. 진짜 환승연애 너무 재밌게 잘 보고 있다고 언급을 정말 많이 했었잖아요. 진짜 환승연애 너무 재밌게 잘 보고 있다고 언급을 정말 많이 했는데 저희 헬스클럽에 이분들이 나오시다니 두둥 무물이 폭발했어요. 혜리 언니 제발 이거 물어봐주세요 하고 진짜 무물이 폭발했어요. 혜리 언니 제발 이거 물어봐주세요. 폭발했거든요. 여러분 제가 오늘 이분들에게 샅샅이 여쭤보겠습니다. 폭발했거든요. 여러분 제가 오늘 이분들에게 샅샅이 여쭤보겠습니다. 환승연애 4의 주인공 장원규, 장백현, 조유식님 안녕하세요. 환승연애 4의 주인공 장원규. 안녕하세요.
어제 발렌타인데이여서
감사합니다. 우와. 저희 헬스클럽 구독자분들에게 인사 한 번씩 해주세요.
진짜 조유식입니다. 구독자 여러분, 네, 환승연애 꼭 출연자.
펀치라셔가지고 깜짝 놀랐어요. 전 연예인 보는 기분이었어요, 정말. 펀치라셔가지고 깜짝 놀랐어요. 전 연예인 보는 기분이었어요, 정말.
저도요. 진짜 입주하는 것만큼 떨렸어요.
진짜.
입주하는 것만큼 떨렸어요. 처음 토크쇼라 그런지 더 떨리는 걸 수도 있고 내용들이 있어서 조금 처음 토크쇼라 그런지 더 떨리는 걸 수도 있고 내용들 그래도 마음 편하게 왔던 것 같은데 근데 놀랬어요. 실물이 안 남기시는 것 같아요. 아, 진짜 실제로 보니까 엄청 얼굴이 제 손만 하신 것 같아요. 이봐요. 제 손만 해요. 세상에 알려야 돼요. 이봐요. 제 손만 해요.
이런 말 전 제가 하기만 하다가 맨날 이런 말 들으니까 오랜만에 들으니까 저희가 또 이런 말 전 제가 하기만 하다가 맨날 이런 말 들으니까 오랜만에 들으니까 저희가 또 이제 나오신다고 맛있는 또 이제 음식들을 준비했어요. 근데 또 이제 큐 씨가
아니 큐가 준비했습니다. 제가 사왔는데
좋아하세요 원래?
제가 사왔는데
좋아하세요 원래?
포레타
포레타를.
좋아해요.
아 광고를 노리시는 건가요?
아니요 전혀 아닌데 평소
아 광고를 노리시는 건가요?
아니요 전혀 아닌데 평소에 근데 술 마시면 많이 먹기는 해요.
아 같이 이제 드시려고 오늘 술을 청아를 준비했는데 괜찮?
좋아하죠. 저희
이름이 부족한 거 아닐까? 이름이 부족한 거 아닐까?
무서워 여기 한 병이 부족하대.
드릴까요?
아 제가 따라드릴게요. 네.
괜찮아요. 영광입니다.
뭐가요?
영광입니다.
죄송해요.
아 괜찮습니다.
죄송해요.
할까요?
짠할까요?
네.
짠!
괜찮죠?
네.
저희도 원래는 사실 청아를 먹을 생각이 없었었는데 그
네.
숙소 안에서 저희도 원래는 사실 청아를 먹을 생각이 없었었는데
어떤 분이 가장 좋아하셨나요?
제가 제일 좋아했는데 여자 입주자들은 좀 와인 마시고 이러는데 여자 입주자들은 좀 와인 마시고 이러는데 전 사실 원래는 소주를 먹고 싶은데 와인인데 저만 또 소주는 좀 그러니까
그죠.
그나마 약간 중간값이라 생각해서 이걸 먹었거든요.
그죠.
그나마 약간 중간값이라 생각해서 이걸 먹었거든요.
아니 사실 환승연애 그 방송을 보면은 술 못 드시는 분들 것 같아요 거기는.
사실 제가 술을 못해요.
술 못 드시는구나.
그러니까 몸이 해독을 못해서
네.
얼굴이 막 엄청 빨개. 그러니까 몸이 해독을 못해서
네.
얼굴이 막 엄청 빨개지고 심장이 엄청 빨개.
그럼 어떻게 했어요?
아, 생각보다 많이 안 마셨어요. 저희
Finally take a break. Let's see. Stretch. Oh. Alright, what can I do?
On someone else.
That's true.
You should play League with me. I will not be playing League with you, Violet. I'm not interested in learning another game. And we should stream it. Nope. Nope. Masayama-san says, the girl who fight with Needle was Yuma Nakamura. Yes. Yoko Minamino was in Skip on Deca 2. Okay, hang on. Hang on.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's me. And as you saw by the title, today we're doing a tier list. Okay. Before you click off the video like, bro, what the fuck is this? A tier list? Are you really starving for ideas that much? Yeah, I know, but I get comments from people all the time being like, yo, Trenton, are video games good for immersion? Is listening to music good for immersion Japanese? Yo, Trenton, is it good for immersion if I import bottled water from Japan and use it to water my houseplants, which technically means I'm breathing in Japanese-sourced oxygen? Okay, maybe that's a bit much. Anyways, I get comments constantly asking about the effectiveness of various types of immersion sources and their pros and cons, and honestly, a lot of this stuff changes depending on your goals and your levels, so I figured, okay, I'll just go through all of them one by one, and I'll give them a shiny, cool rank because, I don't know, it seems fun. Honestly, this is basically just another excuse for me to completely overanalyze something that doesn't actually need to be that complicated. Also, when the answer to pretty much everything is just immerse more, and you're like me and like to completely overanalyze everything, then stuff like this can be kind of fun. Also, yeah, I know I've talked about most of these in my other videos, but I figured it'd be nice to have a concentrated video where all of the information is just in one place. And it also gives me the chance to contrast different mediums more than I usually would. So I've collected a bunch of immersion sources and put them in this tier list, and we're going to go through them one by one. So we got S tier in the top and D tier at the bottom, and I was going to put F tier, but then I thought, well, if you're doing something in the language, then you're probably making at least some progress. Actually, scratch that. I just remembered the existence of learn Japanese words while you sleep. So maybe we'll make an F tier and just put that in there. Okay, perfect. Also, I just want to mention that even if I put something in like C tier and you're like, oh my god, how dare you put that in C tier? That's S tier, bro. Then like, just remember that this is just my opinion, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. It's all immersion and it's all good. Yeah, even though reading a book or watching an anime is going to be better for your immersion, I'm not going to be like, bro, how dare you spend 6 hours playing Animal Crossing in Japanese? Oh my god. So just keep in mind that all immersion is good immersion, but not all immersion is necessarily equal. So some immersion sources are just better than others. So speaking of immersion, which is worse than others, and I'm going to upset a lot of people with this. So let's just rip the band-aid off. I'm talking about music. So I already know half of you left a dislike already, and you're thinking, bro, you can't just say music is bad for immersion. Like, that's insane. Like, music is the entire reason I started learning this language. How are you going to call it a bad immersion source? Which, to be honest, is fair. Like, honestly, Japanese music was one of the reasons I even started learning Japanese in the first place, so it might sound kind of contradictory for me to say music isn't a good immersion source. The thing is that when we're talking about acquiring a language through input, we're talking about consuming thousands of hours of raw natural language, and music just isn't natural language. The entire reason that immersion works is that when you listen to thousands upon thousands of hours of actual just native speech, you start to pick up on patterns and start subconsciously understanding things, and eventually you're like, wait a minute, this is actually kind of making sense. Music just isn't the type of language that your brain needs to start pattern recognizing and acquiring from getting mass input. Music isn't natural speech at all, it's an art form. So you're not going to acquire the language by mass listening to music. Now, I'm not saying music is bad and that you should never listen to it, and honestly, it's a really good motivator, and I still listen to tons of—
Honestly, music's very debatable. I can never listen to music and actually learn from it. The words are too specialized. They mention about the stars and in the song, like flying through the stars and then talk about romance. Super useful.
of Japanese music, but if you're trying to efficiently immerse in a way that's going to make you really fast progress, then you probably want to stick to less music and more just natural speech. Music can be good for learning vocabulary because if you learn the lyrics to songs and then listen to those songs over and over again, you're gonna pick it up. But you shouldn't be thinking, all right, time to immerse, I'm gonna listen to some music, because that's not really gonna get you anywhere. Now, if you're gonna listen to music anyway and you're just trying to keep English out, then definitely listen to music in your target language, because honestly, music is still better than listening to stuff in your native language. Just don't expect that it's gonna do all the heavy lifting when you're immersing, and honestly, probably anything in this tier list is gonna be better for immersion quality than music. So again, I don't want to entirely hate on music because it does serve its purpose, but as far as immersion quality goes, it's going to have to go in D tier. Again, apologies for making like literally all of you angry. Okay, so next I want to talk about anime. So
I need to do a tier list. Tier list link. There's a tier list for this? Wow, okay. Very specific. Anime. Immersion. Ugh. This gotta be low. Right here? There's conversation going on in anime. Vocabulary is still pretty hard, but there's still conversations. Audiobook. Specialized. I guess you do audiobooks. Children's show? Oh, hardly A tier. A tier for sure. Condensed audio. What's condensed mean in this case? Like so much concentrated information? Probably A. Language apps. Immersive language apps. Maybe. Also A tier. Live streams. D. Manga. Manga? Really? Like reading? Exactly. I guess that works. Music. Probably D tier. News. C. Non-fiction. Oof. Real life stuff, so I guess C. Maybe about the news, but news usually have conversations, so. Novels. I guess B, it works. Podcast, A tier, swear to God. Okay, that's definitely king. Social media. Probably B. Sports. C. Dramas. For immersion only? I guess about same level as children's. Maybe about that. Video games. Immersion. Thousands of hours spent. See? Visual novels. Probably A. YouTube. S tier. Sleep learning. D. The heck? Worse than music. My initial goal is to reach 30,000 words. Just to suggest, I am a Korean who's like, I appreciate you taking your time to answer a question with this video. Oh, it's you. Welcome. Glad you enjoyed the response video. I think doing this together here will be really motivating. You guys work so hard. Yes. Yes. I'm sure everyone here works their best. Yes. Very open about studying. How's it going? Remember me? Dude the TA. Not gonna lie, I don't remember that user exactly. No, I don't remember this. I need a refresher. Sorry, man. I do not remember, sadly. Gonna need the quick reminder if you'd be so kind. To be fair, I'm so immersed into the studying. I have no idea. No worries. I'm a LingQ user learning French and living in France. Yeah, I remember now. I think you're like the second one that talks about certain people speaking a certain way in French, right? Something like that. I think you're here with Neo that was mentioning about French. And how is your French going along, by the way? I was gone for 5 minutes. Welcome back. All right, we got the next ultimate, the immersion tier list. Let's see, where post random stuff. Is this a perfect place to post random stuff? The tier list. Javi's tier list for you guys to just immersion tier list for everyone to try. Are you making your own tier list? Yeah. I was like talking about it for like the last 5 minutes, but I kind of stopped for a few days because I'm going through a breakup here. I'm so sorry. It makes you feel better. I lost my job. And I felt painful. It's painful financially, but emotionally, I guess. It's like getting broken up with your company or your boss. He said, we don't need you anymore. You don't have enough. You have no value because we don't have enough work for you. So we have to let you go. Dang it. Nah, it's okay. It's okay. I'm here to cope with language, right? It's not like I'm drinking or doing drugs. I'll take that. Why mango's so high? Well, technically you're just reading the whole time, right? Okay, sorry. I'll put it back here, but mango's like before because reading, right? Okay, if you don't understand anything, that's kind of useless. I'll just assume in the context you understand everything. Okay, we have to determine the conditions. Should we do it that the person actually understands a lot or understands very little? If it's very little, then obviously like very down here because you can understand a dang thing when you're reading. Yep, I pretty much decided to go back to Canada. Wait, you moved to Canada? Are you already back in Canada? Well, why above novels, for example? Novels because one, you have a lot of word potential. Like we're talking about from someone that doesn't have much of a background, because the person that would do raw, like get a novel, use a dictionary and you look up every single word. Because if you're doing that the whole time, you're gonna learn a lot of words very fast. Like podcast, you have the context of two people talking to each other. Your chances of understanding is more and more, but it's still pretty crappy because the condition is that they don't understand that much, but they're trying to learn, right? So let's say like maybe A2 level as a condition to make it more sense. So I think YouTube and podcasts are king because listening, children's shows because you have visual context, dramas, still visual context, a condensed audio. It's pretty much the same thing as like audiobooks, but shorter, I suppose. Language apps, you have like Anki and Link right? They're super useful. You're gonna learn pretty fast. Visual novels, you have the visual cues. Audiobooks, I think audiobooks is the same thing as like podcasts and YouTube, but you just can't. It's only one person saying it to you, and it's pretty much specialized content you don't even need. For example, you can talk about fantasy or fiction books, nonfiction. So if we're assuming both fiction and nonfiction, it's just as equal. So I put B because if it's nonfiction, then it's maybe a little higher. If it's fiction, then okay, not sure how useful that is because it's one person talking to you, but depends on the story. Novels, if you novels like super painful, but it does work because you have to look up every single word. Social media, you have the context that you're probably using, for example, Chinese Douyin or YouTube, because we're accounting for every social media, so Instagram, Facebook. People can learn from social media. I heard a guy got fluent in Japanese by watching Jap- adult films. It's like legit though. I was surprised. A Japanese learner learns Japanese through Japanese adult films. It was legit. It was a Chinese guy. It's Chinese man mastered Japanese by watching porn. I was so shocked about that. I don't know how it's possible, but what the hell? Anime, you have visual cues, but the thing is, the reason it's so low because the context is usually that it can be specialized. If you're watching slice of life, or daily life stuff, that's pretty higher. But we're talking about the average person that watches fantasy and explosions and mechas, mechanics, like super crazy stuff out of this world. News, pretty good. It's too specialized, mostly about weather and politics and world disasters. Nonfiction, if it means all context like books and stuff, nonfiction is pretty good, but it can be well, it doesn't really have much conversation because news and anime there's always conversation. Sports too specialized, you don't really learn much other than swinging bats and very specialized goal. Video games has visual cues, but it's very specialized. There's some conversation, but the words are way too rare to hear. Manga, you pretty much can't understand anything. You have to translate every word, so you get the visual cues. So I guess that could be the same level as novels. Actually, no, it's actually higher than novels. You can actually see, but you have to do a lot of translations because manga novels you're translating all the time, right? But manga you have visual cues, and everyone's just always talking to people at the same time. You're right. Live streams you can't understand a damn thing, and it's always random, and you have no chance of understanding, no chance at all. Usually, usually it's Japanese context. Music is pretty good. So I'll say music is maybe easier, but it's still too specialized. Sleep learning, I don't believe in it. I did it, but it's super terrible. Because one, you're self-conscious. You'll never notice if you're learning or not, anyways. I should probably just update use this instead then. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I pretty much decided to move back. I moved to France, but from Canada. I moved here for a girl, but she doesn't want to continue that relationship. Holy crap! You moved to France like as a citizen. You didn't do like the marriage visa, right? You could actually have a cousin that's doing that now. Like his girlfriend's filing like the marriage visa thing, and wow, he did a bold ass move, moving to France for a girl. How does that even work? Because you can't even work there, right? Doesn't that make things super impossible? You need a work visa, don't you? Or is she taking care of you? That's the thing, and you have no money, so you have to move back. I'm genuinely curious. Okay. Oh, well. The visa is called working holiday. Allows young adults, typically 18 to 30, up to 35 for Canadians, to live and work in France for up to 12 months. Really? What you work as in France? I heard it's hard to get a job in France, like very hard. It was super difficult, but I worked at a pub for a bit, then a cleaning agency. It wasn't easy for sure. Wow, pub. So you must have a lot of foreigners or just a lot of people just talking. Wow. Cleaning agency. Janitor. That sounds very painful. I don't know how you would do it, man. Holy crud. That's cool though that there's a Canadian program that lets you do that. That's cool. It says allow Canadians. So you're definitely 18 to 30 for sure. Or 18 to 35. There you go. Really? Argentina? Oof. You're very brave. They ask how old you are. You're 21. I'm just asking. It's okay. Nothing. 27. It's okay. I'm 28. So we're pretty much the same age. Are you? Has even LingQ sucks right now, especially the Romance languages and all the Russian languages. Asian languages are super good. They're super fast. Asian languages never changed at all. Because if you're learning anything that is Romance or Russian, it's gonna be very slow. And it's actually super terrible because if you ever create like a blue, right, and then it becomes yellow, this becomes yellow. Like, it's super out of sync. But Asian languages have no problem so far. I'm pretty happy about that. Yeah, it's pretty good. There you go. Sauce Boss. Have I seen you here? Nice to meet you though, but my first time seeing you here. I don't really get too many visitors, so okay, what is like to date a French girl? I've gotta be honest. I heard like the rumors that they're big into I don't know. I can't offend the Europeans now, so I should probably keep that discreet. I heard like dating in France is like very difficult because everyone is pretty much they like the idea of not really monogamous, but they don't call it polygamy. Just they like the idea of talking to multiple people. That's just what I heard. I'm sure Europeans are very also. Everyone's too good looking, in my opinion, in Europe. I go there, everyone's literally super tall. Who said that? I didn't look at a chart. Let me look. See, that's why I don't want to fan because let's see. What chart did I look at? I don't want to be super offensive. Okay. I looked up the countries with the highest infidelity rate. I was surprised. I thought United States would be pretty high, but okay, percent of who cheated at 2022, which is, I guess, 4 years ago. Thailand's king though. Look at this. Who cheated? Outrage magnitude. What? 61. Okay, this is why we have so many whatever they're called. Lady boy. Yeah. I didn't know Denmark would be 46%. That's still insane to me. Germany, Italy, France. See, I don't know why the Europeans have the highest infidelity rate. I'm surprised. But you guys do have the good life though, honestly. You guys have everything. Oh, my girlfriend had no issue with guy friends or living with while in the relationship, but she was loyal for sure. That's good. I would never know. Sadly, I don't even know like my partner, but my partner's very nice. I don't even fully. It's hard to fully trust someone like with your life sometimes. You gotta be very sure. Yeah, like the entire list is okay. One Asian country is at the top of all countries, and everything is all Europe, Denmark, Italy, France, Norway. What source are they using? I wish I knew. I'm just randomly searching on the internet. I don't know what source. Every time I hear the questionable source, I'm just Googling it. Those polls are really accurate. Yeah, I hope they're accurate. And all I can do is AI search, but God knows what's right or what's wrong. It just says Thailand, Denmark, and Germany. Anyways. AI isn't better. Yeah, you can't really trust AI sometimes, especially now that it's becoming the next big thing. It's really gonna take over everything. I swear. I heard like we have someone named Elon Musk in the United States. He became the first trillionaire like 2 days ago. I was like, holy moly, he actually surpassed the $1 trillion mark. I don't like the Rockefeller guy back in history, John Rockefeller. Was he really? Was he ever a trillionaire? I don't know if that accounts for inflation. That's one big thing. It was never a trillionaire. 1.4 billion. But back 1.4 billion back then is like pretty much insane now with inflation, right? Yeah, so we're disappointed. And if her answer is to separate is final, which is seen to be, then option for me is to book a flight home tonight and tomorrow. Did she tell you that she would end it, or you just get the impression that she wants to? I know like the French are very direct. Like no matter they are super direct. But we thought Asians were actually no, Asians are not direct. They usually try to sugarcoat everything, and then they hope that you get the message. Dun, 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 dun. All right, rank every emergent source.
So anime, for some reason, has this reputation.
She told me on Friday she doesn't think it's worth preparing or trying anymore. I think her conclusion was too fast and unfair, but what it is. Worth repairing. Well, that sounds like you guys argue a lot. I'm guessing, just the way I read that. I'm super bad at relationships, so because back in high school all I did was chase girls and I didn't study well, so I'm not that educated because I always chase girls. And then I tried to make up for it in college, and here I am. What part of? Oh, you're from Toronto, right? Or did you get any? Get any like girls? No. I pretty much was that one geeky guy in high school, glasses, didn't wear nice clothes, right? I was wearing hoodies all the time. I had acne a lot. I wasn't that good. I was very creepy. I was the weird guy who sold Rubik's cubes as the Asian dude in the corner. I fumbled every time. It was fun to think about because that technically gave me the extra version was to actually do all of that. I don't think I was able to do that if I were my age, but I'd go talk to random people, say, "Hey," and then start a conversation, and eventually lead to, "So you interested? You're in high school, man. I can't even drive yet." Well, she had communication issues and would only communicate her frustration by crashing out. Wows. Only crashing out? Is this online dating? Honestly, I don't know much about online dating in this case. Okay, sorry, I take that back. I don't know much about international online dating because, for example, my partner's Canadian, I'm American, so I'm in the same boat as you. I haven't got any crazy arguments yet. The only arguments so far is like, okay, future plans, where to move to where. Say, okay, crap. Because both countries have its own problems, right? Well, United States healthcare is non-existent. I live in California, so it's like I heard like California is the hardest to live in terms of the highest prices. And then Canada, the only difference is that all the salary is lower. But you guys have like perfect life. You want to have a family, Canada's like super nice. But if you have housing and you have healthcare, you're done. Finding a job is okay. You have to pretty much you have to work in healthcare for the rest of your life if you want to be sustainable. In reality, making a business in Canada is super hard, like impossibly hard. I heard. The United States has all the opportunities for making business. Yeah, we started online for a year, then moved here 4 years ago. What app? Because I don't know how you meet a European online, because that's already hard enough. Because I know there's a lot of Asian recently nowadays. There's a lot of Asian dating apps internationally, especially for Philippines and Vietnamese. Like also, okay, there's still I don't know if I get banned, but there's actually a Vietnamese marriage market service. There's like bride service. It's like legit. I don't know if I should be allowed to show this, so just don't be, don't don't roast me, Neil. I'm looking for fun. There's actually an agency somewhere. I can look it up later. Yeah, the True Love, Bride Matching. They actually changed the website, so if you ever watch those videos, they don't have it. I followed them on Instagram just for the fun of it. Okay. The app was Hello Talk. Oh, the language app, Hello Talk. Oh god. Okay. Looking to flights really hard. Yeah. I have to head out. Looking to flights really hard time. Oh, okay. When have I ever roast you? I will never. I will never, because I might slip and say something stupid, but I appreciate it. All right, hope you make it back to Canada. No problem. I'm judging, but I won't say anything. Yeah, the Europeans. That's why I love it. Judging. I don't mind though. It makes it more fun. It's okay. All right. See you later, dude. The TA. Come back anytime. I'm just a dude on the internet, so.
For being something that you shouldn't
See ya,
use to learn
thanks.
Japanese, which to be honest is a really harmful myth to spread, especially because it's such a big reason why so many people start to learn Japanese in the first place. There's this idea thrown around that because anime Japanese is quote-unquote unnatural, that you for some reason shouldn't use it to learn Japanese at all, which couldn't be farther from the truth. Yeah, obviously anime Japanese is filled with little quirks in how the characters speak, and it would be funny if someone actually talked like that, but so what? The speech used in books, dramas, academic papers, the news, basically any sort of medium is not going to be the same as natural Japanese spoken in everyday life, yet no one is going around saying, nah bro, don't watch the news or read novels to learn Japanese, you'll sound too poetic or sound like a newscaster. Like, that's insane. You need to listen to a wide variety of different input sources and different speech styles if you want to build the meta skill of understanding what speech style is appropriate for what circumstance. And at the end of the day, no matter what content you're learning from, the language isn't really going to change that drastically. Honestly, the underlying language between almost every medium is going to be 80 to 90% the same, and depending on what you're watching or reading, there will be styling differences, but that's okay. The goal is to build an unconscious model of Japanese in your head because you've spent thousands of hours listening to the language. And ideally, that's done with various different immersion sources, but anime can be used to do a lot of the heavy lifting and account for a ton of hours. Almost every Japanese person grew up watching anime in the most formative years of their childhood when they were learning Japanese as their native language, yet language learners are often told not to watch anime as a means of study because it's quote-unquote unnatural, which is honestly insane. If you use
I know Matt vs. Japan in his 3-hour video. Have you ever read any novels in Chinese yet? No. I don't really read, but I can read. I picked up a book one day, just reading is okay, I can understand everything. But most of them are in traditional, so I usually ignore those and I try to go for the simplified. There's like less and less because they all come from mainland after all, so they have to import it somehow. But I could read, I don't read because one, I don't really focus more on the listening, the reading comprehension. I focus on the listening because I rather prefer listening to watch shows and talk to people instead of reading. I don't read. I used to read in my native language, but to me, it just okay. I only read just to either learn something new or just to kill time. But now I have something to kill time on. I personally, like, if you like novels, you do it. But I personally don't recommend it if your goal is to learn like the language, like speaking to someone, talking to someone fast. I don't recommend it. It's relaxing, but it takes a while. Like it's a lot of work too. Usually, a live is recommended to me. I had to do some digging to find it. Serious? Oh, that you know my schedule. For your time, I'm at 10 a.m. every single day. 10 a.m., 11 a.m. depending how long I stay up at night by accident because I was eating skewers. because we have, I don't know, you guys have skewers. They open like to like 4 a.m. So sometimes I would like go at 11 p.m. and finish at 1 a.m. and get home at 2 a.m. Yesterday I ate skewers. Oh, it was so good. Definitely recommend skewers. It's so good. Good to see you, Dozaya. I saw your link stats. It's crazy. Like for honestly, it's okay because you know me because we described like my method before is that I don't want to do your link Anki style. I actually told Mike learns Japanese that oh yeah I use link like I use Anki. So I thought wait, that's perfect. So the method I did is the fusion of Anki and link. That's hilarious. Can you show your Chinese link stats? Oh yeah, you can technically stalk my Chinese. You can go to my profile. You look up like Chai Tran, you'll find me. You can find every single stat possible. Unless you want the stats here, you mean. You want these stats? Yeah, the 400, 500 known words, I guarantee, well, I can definitely tell you, it's just a bunch of words with different forms. So technically, it's more like 100 in reality. Japanese and Korean, it's actually like 100 in reality. Like the real equivalent, because the multiplication is super. All right, Sauce is for you. I'll leave it up for like 20 seconds or something. I just talk. But I put the link, but it's never going through. What link? I put the link, but it's never going through. Link to your profile. Oh, right. I got this. You want me to actually put it in? Oh, you can't link. Yeah, you can't put links on YouTube chats for some reason. Even I'm not allowed to. Yeah, I'll do it for you just for the sake of trying. Here, I try it. I don't think you can see this. Does it work? That's crazy cool. Do you understand everything in Chinese now, or at least 90%? Out of context, maybe 97, just because, okay, I can probably understand the most majority cases, and then there's like the other, because hearing 100,000 words, I'll give you a second. I got steak for breakfast. What a great start. Nice to have Asian parents. Anyways, I can, baby. I need permission to. Is there a permission thing? I don't no idea. Participate, moderation activity, timestamp reactions, timestamps. Oh, okay. I should do that. Sounds useful. Moderation activity. What? Did my link work when I pasted? I have no idea how I could let you guys share links. Okay, good. Yeah, I think for me it works, but I can look into how to let others share links if they want to. All right, let me read. I pretty much cut off when I answered your question. Yeah, so I don't understand everything. They like 97% because the 3% are always like for example, I might know like 100,000 in reading, but in reality, I probably could hear 97%, which is 30,000, something like that. And then the 3% is ironically, believe it or not, is the other 70,000 words. So it's going to take a long time to get used to the 70,000 words or the 3% because they're so rare. So I'll say no. I wish it was 99. I'll just say 96, 97 probably. Because there's always gonna be that one thing word that kills the entire thing. Because you really hear like once a year or once a month, see, like roly poly, caterpillar, wishy washy. Steak is good.
Use a lot of different sources from various mediums to learn Japanese, then you're easily going to be able to understand the differences between the speech used in those mediums. So writing off anime as a bad learning resource because of some styling differences is a huge mistake if you're someone who likes anime. Anime is good because there's a ton of it, it's compelling, and there are tons of genres and ranges of difficulty, so it offers something
So
for...
I think I got the update from Mike. I actually asked him, is there an update about the video? He said, let's see, hey Mike, is there any updates for your errors? I have the video back, but I'm seeing it if I can shorten it down more. The one she said was under 2 hours. So I'm slowly working on it. But I'm aimed to try to have it sometime next week, and I'll send you the longer one. We had a lot of pauses, didn't we? Because during the conversation, we did a lot of awkward pauses just because he was brain farting and because he kept chatting for so long and he just stopped. I said, oh, okay, take your time. The editor can cut it out. Yeah, short. He wants to make it short for the audience. Okay, anyways.
Basically everyone. If you spend a few thousand hours watching anime in Japanese without English subtitles and you look up words here and there, you will become able to understand Japanese. Yeah, you shouldn't only watch anime to learn Japanese, but that could be said for almost every resource in this video. Basically, anime just has like infinite content, is really easy for anyone to ease into, exposes you to actual Japanese, and is entertaining. So honestly, anime could go in S tier just because of how versatile it is, but I'm gonna put it in A tier. Now I know I just offended all the weebs, but hold on. When I think about the type of thing that should go in S tier, I'm thinking about the type of thing that is borderline essential if you're trying to do an immersion method from consuming content on the internet. Something that if you didn't have would be a huge disadvantage. And while I think anime is an absolutely goated resource, I wouldn't really say that watching anime is absolutely necessary in order to learn Japanese. If you don't like anime and you don't want to watch it, you can still learn Japanese super easily. So yeah, while there's basically infinite potential with anime, it's not actually necessary. So A tier. Okay, so next I have TV shows / documentaries, basically anything you'll find on a streaming service like Netflix. Honestly, there's not really much to say since most of the stuff I said about anime also falls into this category, but I figured anime should have its own ranking in the tier list. You can't really go wrong with just sitting down and watching a TV show in your target language. I mean, it's literally the poster child for immersion. It's always going to be productive for the sake of learning, especially if you're able to get hooked on it and spend a long time glued to the screen. Live action TV shows like dramas are basically going to give you the same benefit that anime does, but the language is probably going to be a little bit more realistic to what you'd actually hear out in real life. But again, not that that really matters that much. Documentaries are also really good, especially if you're looking to improve your comprehension in a really specific area. Like I had a really specific period learning Japanese where I watched a ton of nature documentaries on Netflix just to learn a bunch of words related to the environment and animals, which was pretty fun. You could do this with something like crime documentaries or something too, which I know a lot of people are into. The biggest gripes I have with using streaming services for immersion is that sometimes the content is just really hard to access, meaning that you need a VPN, and even if you put the VPN on, sometimes it doesn't work, and there's just a bunch of hurdles that you have to jump through, or sometimes the dubs of shows end up just being really bad. Like, have you ever tried watching something that was dubbed into your target language just for it to be overlaid on top of the original English track, so you can't even focus on listening to the actual dub because you just hear two languages at once? Yeah, me too. And honestly, it's so annoying. I can imagine if you're learning the language of some small European country where everyone just watches stuff in English anyways, it's probably going to be pretty hard to find stuff made in or dubbed into that language. Honestly, us Japanese learners don't really appreciate how lucky we are to have anime. I guess I'll just throw this into A tier, not really much to say. Okay, so keeping with video content, let's talk about YouTube. I mean, before I even get into it, let's just get it out of the way, it's S tier. Now, I know just saying YouTube as if it's all just like one giant encompassing type of content doesn't really make much sense. So yeah, it really depends on the way you use YouTube that makes it a good resource or a bad resource. The good thing is that YouTube just has so much content that there's basically infinite amount of stuff you can watch. Now, you know how I talked about how you ideally need a wide variety of content that comes from multiple different sources and different domains and from different speaking styles? Well, YouTube can basically offer all of that in one place. This honestly just makes YouTube hands down the best language learning tool that you could possibly ask for. Now, I know I just went on a rant about how you shouldn't care that anime language isn't quote unquote natural, but I do think that getting a ton of natural exposure is really important, and YouTube does give you that. Unlike other mediums like anime, TV shows, or even something like the news, which often feel really contrived, YouTube is just full of completely natural speech spoken by people just talking into a camera. If you learn a language by constantly listening to this YouTuber speech, then you're going to be really honed in on the small little nuances in the way that people talk when they're just naturally talking to a camera. Stuff that people who learned from more contrived resources like anime aren't really going to be that well tuned into. I know so many of you who are watching this video right now are exactly like this, but I hear anecdotes all the time of people being like, yeah, I was like 13 and didn't speak English, but then I discovered YouTube and started watching PewDiePie or Markiplier, and bam, in 2 years I spoke English and I didn't know why, from like every European ever. I mean, I get so many comments from people being like, yeah, I'm not even learning Japanese, I just watch your videos for immersion. And honestly, W. So yeah, it's just really hard to beat YouTube. I mean, honestly, it's sort of unfair how OP it is. There are a lot of people who specifically say that Japanese YouTube is really boring and it just sucks, and I do agree to a certain extent. But I also just think that a lot of it is because the humor style is just so different that it's really hard to get into if you're not already used to it. I mean, coming from the quality of English YouTube, it's definitely a step down, but I still think you should try to get into it. Also, just really quick, you guys might know this guy named Jolzu Jules in the community. He actually made this really cool tracking add-on for Chrome, which you can automatically track YouTube video watch time with. Right now, this only works for Japanese, but if you're interested in time tracking for YouTube, then I linked his video in the description. So yeah, again, YouTube S tier, it's goated. Okay, so next let's talk about video games. Also, I'm considering visual novels their own category, so don't think of them as video games for this. So video games are tricky because it really depends on what type of game you're playing. If you're playing a story game that has tons of dialogue and you have to like run around the map and do quests and you talk to people and there's a ton of language input, then yeah, it can be a pretty good way to learn a language. But if it's like an FPS or something and there's just gunshot sounds and explosions, then like, yeah, you're probably not going to learn that much. So I have like a crippling addiction to Overwatch, and does that count as immersion? Absolutely not. I guess if I was learning Korean, then the people yelling slurs in the voice chat might count, but who knows. But yeah, it all really depends on the type of game you're playing. I started playing Cyberpunk a few months ago in Japanese, and that was really nice because it's really language dense and it's actually pretty difficult at some parts and pushed me to learn a lot of stuff that I didn't know before. I haven't played it much, but I know a lot of people are really into the Yakuza series, and if you're learning Japanese, that's a great resource because it's set in Japan and it's originally made in Japanese. I don't think video games are going to push you all the way to the end, and honestly, they're probably not something you should rely on for most of your immersion. But if you're already someone who plays a lot of video games, then just switching it to your target language is a really easy way to just add a few more extra hours. So to be honest, even if it's a pretty language dense video game, it's still probably not as dense as a book or a TV show or something like that. And so for efficiency, it's not really the best, but it is still a really good way to get a lot of immersion. And the important thing here is just do stuff in Japanese that you would normally do. And so when we're talking about just replacing your normal habits with Japanese, then it's a really good way to add a few extra hours. Also, I know it's not technically video game immersion, but I'll say it here anyway. Something I did a lot of was playing a mindless video game, in my case, Minecraft, while listening to audiobooks, podcasts, watching anime in the background, etc. Video games are good, but they're not going to give you the best bang for your buck as far as immersion goes, and so I'm going to put it in B tier. If you like video games, then definitely play video games in your target language for immersion, but don't expect that it's going to carry you too much or bring you to the very end. All right, next we got sports. So I say sports, but honestly, it could be any live event that has like an announcer or something. Stuff like mahjong or esports are still going to fall into this category, even though they're technically not sports. So there's not really much to say here, so I'll keep it short. It's pretty similar to what I talked about with video games. If you already enjoy watching this sort of thing, then watching it in Japanese is a good way to replace what you're already doing, but it's not really going to give you that much benefit. The main thing is that the type of speech that commentators use when they're commentating over a game is pretty limited, and you're not really going to hear a wide variety of different speech styles and a lot of different vocabulary. It's also that the style is super specific to that niche, and you're not really going to see it anywhere else. So if you like baseball, or you like esports, or you like mahjong, or you like, I don't know, horse racing or something, then yeah, learn it in your target language and spend some time listening to it and picking up all of the vocabulary and the speaking styles that they use. But it's just so limited that it's not really going to carry you that far. It's like, yeah, there's value in learning it, but once you learn it once, then you sort of got it checked off and you're not really going to gain much more from it. Like for me specifically, I've watched a lot of Overwatch esports in Japanese, and at first it was pretty hard to understand, but once I got used to it, I was like, oh yeah, okay, I kind of get how this works. And now if I watch more of it, it's like, yeah, okay, I'm immersing, but I'm not really picking up anything new. And if I just did this forever, then I probably wouldn't really learn that much. So yeah, it's probably good to get a baseline understanding of what I call commentator speak, but I don't think it's something you need to necessarily go out of your way to listen to, especially if you have no interest in it. So I'm going to put sports in C. And again, it's not bad to listen to. It's just that the stuff you're learning is pretty limited and there's not really that much overlap with other speaking styles. Okay, so next is the news. So the news is sort of tricky because on one hand, it's got a lot of words relevant to daily life. So you're going to mostly be learning pretty high value words that are important to know. You can also use it just to know more about what's going on in the world. Although at this point, I'm not even sure that's a good thing. But on the other hand, similarly to sportscasters, the speaking style of newscasters is really niche and basically only used in the news. And especially if you're learning Japanese, the speaking style isn't really similar to the other stuff that you're going to hear everywhere else.
財務省の三村財務官は、大型連休はまだまだ序盤。
Since the way the UFC has a game, I know UFC has a game. I know like WrestleMania. Seriously? I had no idea. I've always seen WrestleMania. I always watch these in real life. I always watch these like the fighting in real life, but wow. I'll take and stream games, I think. Actually, I don't know if I can stream. Let's see. Seriously? There's a fight card tonight at the White House with some of the biggest. You said White House?
It can be tricky to review a game that's mechanically sound but doesn't do enough to build on an already successful predecessor.
I had no idea the series even existed. Yes, sir, I can. One moment. Let me see a text message. Nope. Wrong guy. Got oranges in my hand. I'm using my pinkies to type. White House. Fight card? Oh my god. No way. Wait, you said tonight? Holy crap. On his damn birthday. What the heck? Shannon Miley, okay. I forgot there's so many weight classes in UFC. Ultimate Fighting is insane. Wow, how's that gonna work? I never thought the White House would be a fighting field. Imagine the idea of the White House was like an airsoft field, an airsoft arena. I had no idea. That's cool to know. Nice.
Basically,
Okay.
the news offers a lot of value in
Discord,
terms of learning pretty important words, and especially for vocabulary, I think it's really good, and exposing yourself to relevant topics. But I don't really think you should be relying on it as your main immersion source.
What exactly is on Paramount? The only thing I know about Paramount is that they have iCarly, like the new iCarly. That's it.
Now, don't get me wrong, you should definitely listen to the news a lot just so that you can become able to understand it well. You will genuinely learn useful stuff that's important and won't come up in most fiction sources, especially if you haven't immersed with content that has vocabulary related to like crime or something. But as far as exposing yourself to quote unquote normal Japanese, it's probably not going to do enough to take you all the way. The news is definitely a really solid source of immersion, and I'd recommend making a habit of having it on while getting ready in the morning or making dinner or something. But you shouldn't rely on it too much if you want to have a well-balanced set of immersion.
God, this guy look like there's a flag covering his face.
If you just search news on YouTube in Japanese or whatever language you're learning, there's usually multiple live streams running 24/7 that play the most recent news, so I'd recommend watching those or listening to those as passive immersion. I think news can go in B tier. It's a really good immersion source that you should utilize, but you can't really rely on it to take you all the way. Also, it's just kind of boring sometimes, not gonna lie. So yeah, listen to the news, but don't rely on it too much. Okay, so next I want to talk about social media. So I know social media is like a kind of broad term, and you're probably like, what does that even mean? So to put it simply, it's basically just doom scrolling in your TL. So if you're someone who doom scrolls Twitter, Instagram Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, like any of that, then if you just set it to your target language, that's a really good way to get immersion. Although, to be honest, I wouldn't recommend going on Japanese Twitter if I were you. So basically, all of these apps just have algorithms that just feed you content based on what it thinks you're gonna watch. So if you're just doom scrolling in English, then yeah, this is a huge waste of time because it's specifically designed to keep you on there for as long as possible. But when you think about it as, oh wait, language learning is just an hours game, then this actually becomes a really good thing. So as far as is the immersion itself good? On one hand, yeah, it's got a really diverse range of content. You're going to get just people talking into the camera. You're going to get memes that only have text, so you're going to be forced to read. You're going to get stuff like interviews or funny clips from the news. You'll honestly probably see anything and everything. So this might sound good, and it is, but it's also a double-edged sword. A large percentage of the videos that you're going to be given probably won't have language at all, and for those, you're just not learning anything. You're also going to get fed videos in English from time to time, and if you watch those, then the algorithm's going to know, oh, this person speaks English, and it's going to feed you more English videos. So you do have to put in some mental effort of, if a video that's not in your target language comes up, you got to swipe it away really fast, or the algorithm's going to start thinking that you speak English. And in that case, now you're not getting any immersion at all, and you're just being dragged back into your native language. This is why for whatever social media you want to do this for, I recommend making a fresh account and only watching stuff in your target language. So yeah, doom scrolling in the TL is a really good way to get immersion, and especially if you're someone who already does it in your native language, then I definitely recommend switching over. It's definitely not the greatest source of immersion, and as far as efficiency is concerned, then yeah, you're probably better off doing other things. But keeping with the theme of just switching your old habits into your target language, then social media is a really useful tool. Think of it less as something that you actively want to go out of your way to do, and more of as just something that's like, I don't want to immerse right now. Oh wait, I can just doom scroll. I would fill your downtime with it when you have nothing better to do, but honestly, if you're trying to go out of your way to immerse, then I wouldn't really pick it as a top priority. I'm sort of torn between A and B because theoretically, if you wanted to, you probably could learn an entire language by just doom scrolling. But honestly, I don't really think the efficiency is quite there. And if you wanted to learn more formal words or business-like language, then you definitely wouldn't want to rely on social media. If you want to learn specifically how young people talk and learn a lot of slang and really casual language, then yes, watch a ton of stuff on social media. But I don't know, something just feels wrong about putting it in A tier. So I'm going to put it in B, but honestly, my opinion could be changed. So let me know what you think in the comments. Okay, so after editing that section and having to watch a bunch of YouTube shorts for background footage, yeah, I kind of want to put it in like F tier now. Oh my god, that was torture. Okay, so next I want to quickly talk about condensed audio. Condensed audio is something that a lot of people in the OG AJAC community were using, but I don't know if it's actually that popular nowadays. It's basically just an audio file of an anime or TV episode where you just have all of the dialogue that you can listen to. And it has all of the dead space where no one's talking cut out, so as far as density goes, it's pretty good. It's really only good for passive listening, so you put an earbud in while you're doing the dishes or walking the dog or something, and you can get a lot of immersion hours in like that. And it's really good for repetition because you're most likely going to be listening to stuff that you've already watched. So if I watch an anime and I understand about 60% of it, then I listen to the condensed audio. Because I already know the plot, I can sort of imagine the scenes in my head, and then I can just get a bunch of listening repetition in, and every time I listen, I'm going to be pushing my cutting edge forward by a little bit. This is why I think it's a pretty good resource for specifically A, people who really like anime, and B, people who are pretty new to the language. Now, you guys know me, I'm an absolute shill for podcasts, and I'll talk about that in a second, but I think condensed audio specifically is good for people who want to build up an initial foundation of the language. Once you have a good foundation in the language and you can start to understand actual podcasts that are meant for native speakers, then I think that's definitely the way to go as far as passive listening is concerned. You're going to get way more benefit from it. But if you're at the point where you're still trying to figure out how the language even works and what's even happening, then using condensed audio of anime you've already seen is a really good way to build up your initial understanding. If you're learning Japanese, I'll put a link in the description where you can download some condensed anime and even a tool where you can learn how to make these for yourself. I'm going to put it in B tier because it is a really good immersion source and it gives you a lot of repetition for when you're new to the language. But honestly, once you're past a certain point, then I would recommend just switching to podcasts instead. So I'm going to keep it in B tier. Okay, next, just really quick, live streams. Again, same with YouTube. It really depends on what you're watching. So if you're watching someone play a game and they're just kind of sitting there, not talking, shooting the bad guys, then not really going to be that good immersion. But if you're watching someone who's talking a ton and giving you a lot of dense language exposure, then it's going to be a really good way to learn a language. Something cool about live streams that you don't really get with other immersion sources is that you can see the live interaction happening in real time. So you can read the chat and probably pick up on a lot of internet slang and stuff like that. Also, it's really easy just to put on as a background immersion source when you're doing something else so that you can have something that's playing in the background, but you don't really have to listen to it. And because it's a live stream, they usually last like hours and hours and hours. If you just keep it on in the background, whenever you have a brief moment of time or something, or you're bored, you can just tune in really easily and it's there. There's nothing really groundbreaking about watching streamers as an immersion source, but I know a lot of you guys probably like VTubers. So if you want to watch Japanese VTubers to learn Japanese, then go right ahead. Honestly, aside from that kind of annoying voice that they do, sorry VTuber fans, it's a really good way to get a lot of exposure to Japanese or other languages if you're learning them. So yeah, not really much more to say. I'll probably just throw it in A tier because you can't really go wrong with it. Okay, next I want to talk about children's shows, and you're probably like, children's shows, really? Is that like an immersion source? And I promise it is, yes. A lot of people in the language learning community really recommend watching stuff like Peppa Pig in their target language, especially for beginners, because of course, when you're really new to a language, you can't really understand anything, so listening to really basic stuff will help you. To be honest, while even though they are probably pretty good if you're talking about just comprehensibility, they're just kind of boring, you know? Now, I'm not trying to hate on all the people that are like, watch Peppa Pig or Blue's Clues in your target language, because honestly, if you want to do it, then go for it, and it probably will be beneficial. But honestly, like me, you guys are probably not very fond of the idea of sitting down and just watching Peppa Pig or something. Like, it seems like the main thought process for this stuff is like, well, I don't like it at all, but because it's good for my immersion, I'm just going to sit and endure the pain. And to be honest, one of the most important things for actually benefiting from immersing is that you actually like the content and you want to pay attention to it. So when it comes to immersing, it's more important that you actually like the thing rather than, is this the most comprehensible thing I could possibly listen to? Also, if you're at the point where you're still considering watching children's shows just because they're easy, then honestly, the stuff you're learning is so common that it's going to come up anywhere. So by all means, if you're like the world's #1 Peppa Pig fan, then sure, go for it. But I don't think you need to force yourself to watch children's shows, and honestly, they're kind of boring for most people. Anyways, my point is that you don't have to sacrifice your enjoyment for the sake of having the literal best optimized immersion quality ever. What's important is that you actually do stuff in your target language that you enjoy. So Peppa Pig, I banish you to C tier. Hey guys, it's me from the future. Yeah, I'm sick. I just remembered the time that I found out SpongeBob had a Japanese dub, and I was like, oh hell yeah, I'm gonna go watch SpongeBob in Japanese. That's gonna be awesome. Just to find out that Plankton sounds like this.
What the heck is Plankton's voice?
Like, is that not just cursed or what? Okay, so next let's talk about language learning apps, and you're probably like, is a language learning app even a source of immersion? And to be honest, I don't know, but I need something to put in D tier. So yeah, it should be pretty obvious that language learning apps kind of suck. Like, if you're actually on day 1 of learning the language and you have like literally zero idea of what's actually happening, then sure, you can use it to get like the most shallow of frameworks of, okay, this language roughly works like this. But even if you did like 6 hours of language learning apps every single day, it's not ever going to get you to the point where you start to unconsciously understand stuff and you actually just feel like a really deep understanding for how the language actually works. Again, like I always say, if you actually want to get good at a language, you can't treat it like a math problem and build sentences and stuff, and that's basically all language learning apps have you do. So straight to D tier. Okay, so let's finally talk about it. My favorite thing in this whole list, podcasts. So maybe I personally have too much stock in podcasts and other people don't agree, but I honestly think podcasts are the single best resource that you could possibly use for language learning. So why do I glaze podcasts so much? So for one, they're like the most dense thing you're probably ever going to find. 2, it's the most natural form of the language possible. And language is spoken first and written second. So if you build your foundation on something like podcasts, then you're probably going to go on to sound really native-like when you start to speak. 3, they're just really long and there's a ton of them out there. So you don't really have to worry about running out of content. There's also that you can basically listen to them whenever and wherever you want. So if you're someone who's super busy and you don't have time to sit down and like watch anime or read a book or something, then podcasts are the best thing you could possibly do with your time. Some of you are probably thinking, well, I understand like 0% of podcasts, so what's the point of listening to them? Well, the good thing is that, especially for Japanese, there are a ton of podcasts that are made for learners. The speech used in these is a little bit slower and kind of dumbed down, but at the end of the day, it's still natural language. Just because they're made with learners in mind doesn't mean they're literally going to talk to you like a baby. Also, there's like a podcast for like everything. Want to learn about history?
I guess I agree with the S tier with the podcast. Yeah, podcast S tier. I don't think you really can't go beyond podcasts other than YouTube. Yeah, this makes sense. Depends.
Today I have a special guest, Mike, Biju Mike, who is a fan of anime and who's very much into learning Japanese. And we're going to talk about this. He's a YouTuber, a very popular YouTuber. We're going to talk about all of these subjects, and I think it'll be quite interesting and different from my normal videos. Hello, Mike. Can you tell us a little bit about your background?
Yeah, my name is Mike, and I've been in.
And Mike was telling me about this interview with Steve, and he mentions that everything here, because apparently before they had this talk, Mike had a bunch of questions and answers prepared because Steve's team actually mentioned to him that, okay, we're going to ask you these kind of questions. And then when he actually had this exact interview, it was completely different. He wasn't ready for any of these. So if you ever heard him say that he talks awkwardly in this video, it means that he literally wasn't prepared for any of the questions because he thought, okay, I had these set of questions and answers, but why is the questions changed? That's about it.
Huge fan of anime since I was a little kid, pretty much. And for a lot of people, that is what gets people interested in learning Japanese, because mainly you just want to be able to read things like manga in Japanese, or you want to be able to watch anime without having to rely on subtitles. I mean, it was probably more of an issue back in the day before, it was so widespread, when it was harder to obtain like subtitles and dubs and things like that. But it's still something that really interests me, and just got me into language learning in general. Yeah.
As someone who knows practically nothing about anime, can you tell me a little bit about anime and the kinds of things that you talk about on your YouTube channel? And of course, tell our listeners where they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube. Just search in BG Mike, or I don't know if you have a link down in the description, but yeah, I mean, it's such a unique name that even if you misspell it, you'll probably still find me. Yeah, when I started YouTube, I would talk a lot about anime, but now I pretty much just play games. Sometimes I do like anime related games, and I do make references to anime. Like people, because of my background, people know that I like anime. So it's just kind of a part of who I am. But I just do a lot of videos, mostly playing games online and doing reactions to stuff, just giving my opinions on stuff like that. So that's what I do.
Since I know nothing about anime, so anime, typically, my understanding is like a story where you have these cartoon figures that follow a certain style. And how does that connect with games?
A lot of things come out of Japan, like, games, Japanese games, anime, and things like that. And it has this certain aesthetic and style that is just a lot different from, like, you would say something like Spider-Man, or, if you were just compared to like a popular cartoon, it's completely a different vibe, I guess you would say. And it just, from a little kid, it got me really interested. And that's how I made pretty much all of my friends, because we all grew up watching Dragon Ball together, which Dragon Ball is super popular. Yeah.
I'm completely unaware of all of that.
I'm surprised that you haven't heard of Dragon Ball.
But it's certainly a major phenomenon. Oh, yeah. And I think a lot of people who become interested in learning Japanese and who become quite proficient in Japanese, they attribute that to their interest in anime. And so that was also your case. And how do you migrate from anime to learning Japanese?
I mean, I wish I could say I had a great reason. I don't. Like, there wasn't a need. Like, it's not like I have to learn Japanese to survive or anything like that. But I just found it really interesting. I pretty much just one day, it was probably around maybe 2018 or 2019, I started learning like hiragana and katakana, and I picked up one of the Genki books, and I just thought it was really interesting. Then I started doing some research about it, and I just thought it would be generally cool to be able to watch anime without having to rely on subtitles and also read in Japanese. I just thought the idea was really cool, and it got me interested.
When I realized he really learned languages like a book or pen, like book, a pencil, a paper, and I would realize he never knew what Dragon Ball. I like, wow, he did that forever ago. Actually, it's before or parts of it. This is like my third time hearing it. I'm just hearing it for fun. Because after hearing Mike's interview, he told me like most of these questions weren't planned, so he had literally spontaneous questions and answers. I might try to suggest to him like his intro. He couldn't figure out intro. Can bring your old clip about mentioning my channel, can make it black and white, like a what's a thought you have about your past? It's not an afterthought. You can bring an old clip about mentioning my channel, make it black and white, and memory. Yeah, that's the overall. It's like deja vu. No. What is the word of suddenly thinking of a moment from the past? I know it's deja vu is one thing. Flashback. Yeah, flashback. Then boom, your intro. I had like this idea that okay, you have like a black and white screen of like when he mentions like which I was like, I should interview this guy, and then shifted to like intro. I don't know. I just gave it like random idea. I don't know how his editor will want to do it though.
Interested, and now I actually just love the process of language learning. It feels like you're unlocking like a new part of the world. I couldn't agree.
I guarantee if Steve ever interviews me, he's going to say, the way you use our application is so weird and different. Like, I can't even suggest this to my users. I guarantee he's going to say that, I swear to God. It's never going to happen, but if it ever happens, I guarantee he would say that. Like, your method is unorthodox, and it's something, like, it's new, but I don't know if we can recommend to the average user. This is not what deja vu is. Technically, is flashback and deja vu the same thing? Deja vu means you heard of a phrase before, but flashback means you remember a scenery. I think. Deja vu is a feeling that your current novel experience has happened before. A flashback is an intrusive, vivid memory of an actual past event where you feel as though you're physically reliving in the present. Jesus, that's very deep. Deja vu is a feeling of having already lived what you're living right now. Yeah, that's true. Deja vu is the feeling, but the flashback is the memory. You ever see like in those scenes in movies they said flashback? Like you ever do like the Flash or something? I don't know if I can play the Flash without getting flagged. When I think about it, like the Flash flashbacks. Oh, that's Flashpoint. That's different. That's a whole different thing. I'm trying to think about what's a flashback. So what? Deja is a weird sensation. Yeah. I think we have those all the time. Like, okay, movie flashbacks scenes. I swear to God, there's like a lot of the flashback and foreshadowing. I'm trying to imagine how this could be like a good intro, but I'm not good at editing at all. Can I get flanked? Can I get flagged? Happened to be at the computer like damn. I'm looking at the same screen. I always have the feeling that, for example, that you're in a dream, you thought of a scenery, and then like maybe a few months later, you relive that dream feeling. Like, wait a second, this is recognizable.
Why, yes, I am. But the little men are not here. No, they're.
Okay, I don't know if I'm thinking it right. Wait, who was Ghost Rider actor? Nicolas Cage. Okay, Nicolas Cage predicts movie. Okay, Knowing. If you ever watched like Knowing, it's literally how I describe it. No, I don't know. Knowing scenes. Can I get flagged for this? Knowing scenes. Okay. Whew. Gun scene. I don't know. Knowing Nicolas Cage. Oh my god, I'm not doing this well. Okay. Next, 2007. scenes. Yeah, like this, like he predicts about the future. Like I try to maybe give the idea of that. Or there's like a scene. This one, this could be like that maybe. I was thinking get the actual part though. No, not there. Whew, this is harder than I thought. Okay, found it. I think it's pretty much when Nicolas Cage he predicts all the bullets, but he has like flashbacks. I think.
We have to clear this deck by deck. You take this one, I'll do the rest.
I was thinking something else. Yeah, see, like black and white. I don't know. You see this? He's like predicting the future. Oh no, this is the opposite direction. Then he's predicting the future, but the concept is about the past. Ugh. This movie's cool though. This would be such an overpowered skill. Okay, that didn't help us much. I thought this movie was kind of creepy. Just because I think this scene.
Still get at it.
I'll take my chances. One more step, fortune teller, and it definitely won't be good for you.
You have one way out of this. That wasn't it. This.
It's like shape shifting. What the heck is this movie? Push? Okay, that's creepy. Oh right, we have Michael and okay. I should bring this one back. This will be funny. I gotta continue watching this. This is so fun to watch.
That sign, that actually means west. Like that guy right now you saw on the motorcycle, he's moving west.
Okay, here's the deal. Your conversation, we'll cut back to it.
I just had a conversation with this guy. I think he was asking how many cc's my bike was, and I said fucking Wu Hyaku or some shit.
Why?
Yeah, whatever. And then I go, Bei nan dong shi, Bei nan dong shi. I go, Bei bian ma, Bei nan dong shi. And he goes, wait, and he points, he goes, Bei bian, Bei bian. I go, Bei bian ma, he goes, Bei bian.
I held up a lot of people trying.
They call this Captain America and Harry Potter and Billy Billy. That is so good. Dude, you know, like Chinese nicknames for non-Chinese people are so random. I can't even think of an example, but like they either say like the sound of the name in English, or they just make a completely different name. Like for actors and singers and stuff. Hollander's nickname is like Little Duck or something. Yeah, shit like that.
This is the dude I talked with.
我想去北京。
北边吗？北边。
一直走，盯着路口。右拐。谢谢。
抱歉，我看见你演过了，在那里加油站，我看见你演过。
I've been sitting at the computer like, damn, I'm looking at the same screen, which I know can't be the case. Ooh. Challenging.
对。后面那个。谢谢。看到红吗？没到红吗？对。没到红吗？没到红啊！我们骑摩托车从广州到北京。没到红吗？很好。你没有手机导航吗？哦。
Yep, navigation 很好。
哦，红吗？
导航。
不用地图。不用啊，我们不用地图。不用。
No, oh my god, dude, they're fucking crushing it. Fucking 我们不用地图 really?
不用地图，不用地图。不用啊。
Like wow. 我们不用地图 You're being so helpful though.
人嘅字你怎麼做啊 ？I don't know. 我只識。你們有這個嗎？沙仔這個嗎？嗯，定是鹿角。你都不懂。
You don't understand. Is it so painful to watch?
I don't know.
He's like trying to help him download fucking navigation.
I don't know if he gave up or followed him. He might have given up. I guess it depends on if he U-turns. Yeah. Okay. Bye bye. He gave up. He gave up. Dude, he went to me. I thought it was.
He's so annoying. He's like, why don't you just like open your fucking phone and download this? He's saying, "Boy, like we don't need," so he's trying to convince him to use it. Yeah. He's saying like, no, we're not using navigation, and he's like, okay. Oh, you're not using it? Okay, here. Download this so you can use it. Then.
Right. The delay was crazy.
Fucking yeah.
Too.
Rage baited.
Okay, here's what I was understanding. Okay.
The weird thing to me is that all the Chinese people seem to think the two Americans just aren't aware of them. No, it's different. It's actually different. Because in China, for example, Google Maps doesn't work. And then like you would have to it's like a whole separate app if you want to get good navigation. Like for example, Gaode tool, it would be like different apps. Same with a lot of payment stuff. A lot of places don't take cash or card and only take like WeChat Pay or Alipay. So for foreigners, you can't download WeChat Pay because WeChat, they changed it so that you can only use WeChat Pay if you have a Chinese identification card, which I don't even have. So I can't use WeChat Pay. So I have to download Alipay and then you link your fucking credit card to Alipay and then you pay with everything using Alipay. It's like dumb setup, but so fucking convenient, dude. Like holy fuck, it's different.
He did help us.
You should be able to use WeChat Pay now. Oh, really? I did not know that.
You come here. I don't know how.
Oh, it's talking.
It's gonna fit though.
I can't understand him. I think he's speaking Canto. Oh, he's speaking Canto.
And you want to ride? Okay, can you fit him? I can make it work. Later.
Cool, cute. +1 to party.
On a motorcycle, yeah.
Wait, how nice of them to pick up a hitchhiker. Yeah, actually like a random encounter.
Bye-bye.
Oh.
Well, all right. See ya. What do you think he's gonna do? What do you think he's doing?
I have no clue.
Still walking.
See you later, man.
I think let's get something to eat. We have a ding.
Pretty common in the countryside. That's so cool.
I'll drink some shot with this guy.
谢谢。谢谢。
Sick.
黄金桃那里北京。
你好，美国人。
美國。
在洛杉矶。
美國啊？美國係籃球世界屌你老味。
Oh my god, so cool.
美國籃球都最叻。美國。
In Chinese, Los Angeles is 洛杉矶. Los Shanzi.
Gotta offer the cig. You want one?
I hate it when they assume I'm Canto and I'm Chinese and start speaking Canto. I can't understand any Cantonese either.
在这里 OK 我们北京对
北京啊
武汉在
武汉啊
武汉在武汉在
He got it.
多少公里
300多公里
300
when pause champ
不用地图
Right, thank you.
我们是不用地图不用告诉不用手机 不用地图不用手机不用告诉
Imagine trying to go from the south all the way to Beijing without a damn map. There's no way that's a thing. That's super hardcore though. I give them props for it.
冒险
Mousy, oh my god, they understood.
对
摩托车
对
自驾游。
对。
自驾游。
No, no, no.
English 说。No.
哦，你推荐 something，你推荐 something，
你推荐 something 吗？
冇聽得到啊，不聽得到。
Excuse me.
Ah. You speak English. You gathered people.
So wholesome.
They're just trying to grab any young person. Hello. 你好。You speak English? A little. To find somebody who speaks enough English to communicate with us. We have gathered.
It takes a village.
Yes. 普通话。
Something don't understand.
听不懂啊。
中文嘅呢，問佢嚟。
Accurate. He used Chinese to ask him if he understands Chinese.
木斯凤没有？木斯凤是吗
James, thank you.
都不饿。
饿不饿？肚子饿不饿？
我们想吃
面。
午饭。
午
饭 versus 午饭。
午饭。午饭。
There it is. There it is.
在哪里？
带你去。
在哪里？
他带你去。他带你去。他带你去。
Okay, 对。
Go.
And she knows how to swerve.
What the fuck? Where'd you even come? Hello? Though it makes me question if they would treat him the same if he was black. Not gonna lie. First of all, what even makes you think of this? But also, if anything, they probably help him more because this is like countryside of China. I doubt most people here have ever even seen a black person before. They even said they rarely see foreigners. So like they barely even see white people. What does that even like? What does that even? Yeah, just imagining racism out of nowhere. Like I feel like in my like obviously I'm Asian, but from my interactions with people in China, their perception of foreigners in the cities, like in Beijing, it's not that big of a deal to see like a white person or a black person because like there are white and black people there. But in the countryside, they have
very limited like worldviews. They're not like, oh, we hate white people, we hate black people. They're more like, holy shit, it's a white person, or holy shit, it's a black person. Like I've never seen a black person before. Like they would probably just like want to take pictures with you.
Right.
Yeah, not just countryside, but a lot of middle cities too. Like the US has like weirdly and kind of ironically, the US has a really small worldview as well, where they kind of a lot of like the American mindset, they kind of force it onto other countries, like foreign countries in like Asia or like Southeast Asia. I don't know about Europe, but like they kind of force it onto Asia at least. They think Asians have the same understanding of like diversity and like wokeness as they do, when like that's just not the case. Like most of these people have never genuinely just never seen a black person in their lives. Like something like ignorance is treated as racist in the States, but for example in China, the ignorance is just from actual curiosity and genuine misunderstanding and just not knowing because they've never been exposed to it before. Yeah, like the silly videos of Chinese kids reacting to black people, like that's just fully innocent, like genuine curiosity and not
to
knowing
be the
anything.
Chinese, and then Wuhan is 200 miles north. You know what does work is Buyong Gaosu, Buyong Shoji, Buyong Gitu.
Yeah.
And they go Maoxian. They go Maoxian. Adventure. Okay, that is an adventure.
Yeah, I guess the repetition like helps with it. Man, okay, I don't think that guy back there had like an off accent at all after listening to Uncle over there. Gigi, I don't know if I've not been paying attention, but it feels like our accent's changed.
Yeah,
like pretty drastically.
Easily.
In the last, since we've been writing.
Put up a map of dialects in every region.
I'm curious. I don't know this. Whoa. Never heard of these before.
And then
holy shit.
Wow.
Holy crap. Okay, Hakka, Huizhou, Gan, Xiang, Dong, Zhuang. Holy, there's so many dialects.
Oh, I don't know where Fuzhou is.
I feel like
Didn't understand Mandarin because all Canto there. No. Most, I would say most Canto speakers, less so in Hong Kong in my experience, because I haven't been there many times. But in my experience in Hong Kong, people tend to know less Mandarin. In Guangzhou,
男仔長情而唔專一，女仔專一而唔長情。
Canto speakers tend to know more Mandarin because Guangzhou, after all, is still like in the mainland, I think. Aren't the accents literally just diff languages that aren't mutually intelligible? Yes. It's not like Australian accent, British accent. It's like, how do I compare? It's like a different language. It's not accents. It's dialects full on.
Yeah. Oh, that's
yes, like Spanish and Italian or Welsh and English. Yeah. Dutch and German. Yeah. Those are different languages. Yeah, that's how different the different dialects are. Like people who speak in like Shanghainese, like there is a Shanghainese dialect. I would not be able to understand anything they're saying. Or any specific region dialect, I would not be able to understand anything. Like only what they call Putonghua, which is Mandarin, which is Putong is like standard, like only standard Chinese I understand. I don't know about written. I don't know about writing. I think writing they write all the same. No, the higher up they go, the more standard Mandarin they speak.
Eat them. I think this is my favorite meal so far.
Anyway, if you find yourself in China at
围底镇
City, check this place out. All right, that was lunch. We're gonna stop for a bit of caffeine.
Is the
little
dog meat? There was dog meat on the menu?
menu time.
I honestly wouldn't be too surprised seeing this is like a tiny town. Dude. I can't read that.
购子豆苗煮的 dog beans stir fry with pig ears. Holy crud. 西餐炒肝 moo eels. 金花苗花肉 holy crap. I don't know this character. 新炒牛肉 I don't know this character either. 菜炒河虾 Wow. 秘 feature 竹竿狗肉。Oh, what? Holy crap!
Mom, 你能过来一下吗 I'm just gonna read that. Something 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 香干狗肉 something. My mom's coming. Mom， 不是我在看一个视频，是2个人在，他们俩去中国，从最下边最南边去最北边，然后不看地图什么的，他们也不会说中文。然后他们在一个特小的城市，在一个 like small town。这是狗肉吗？对。中国哪儿才吃狗肉啊？广西是哪儿 ？Where like south? South where? 需要哦，广西 is a certain 这个地方是。他们每年都有这边。
Oh, that's insane to think about.
广西啊 ？Where's 广西 ？You guys can't understand anything I said. Yeah. 这个是在就是广州，广州在这儿，这是不是？你不知道广西在？Let me search up where 广西 is. Okay. 因为他们现在在广州的这边。Really? My mom says there's a certain 广西是个 province 还是 city? There are 2 places in China called Hoggers, dude. 啊？哦，there's a place called 玉林, which oh my god. Yeah. They're in that area. Wait, 等一下. Where'd they say they were? They said they were somewhere. I'm so curious. I need to research. Cause like nowhere do they don't eat. There's a place called Yulin, which is Guangxi is west of Guangdong and north of Vietnam. Okay, that's exactly where they are. So in that area, they have like a fucking like dog meat festival still. 那就是我以前见到的视频，他们 protest 什么的，对吧？ Okay. Yeah, they have like a fucking dog meat festival, and a lot of people in China like protested and shit. It's like this one specific province and city called.
Yeah, I think just the thought of personally I would. I think that's an American thing that they're against dog meat. I think it's just Americans that really protest the eating of dogs. No different eating cows. Yeah, honestly, you're right. To be fair, because we have dogs as pets, so I assume that's why they're trying to connect emotionally to that idea. I'm guessing. No, I think in Europe too. Oh, really? Ooh, yeah. I never ever seen like an actual place that sells dogs. Oh god.
Guangxi in this place called Yulin, which is where they are. Very countryside. Nowhere else eats meat. Dog meat, I mean. 别的地方不会吃。
That's true. Imagine we had cows as pets. I think everyone would treat cows the same way as in. Though actually, I think they do that in India. That's why they have those holidays. They don't really eat meat. They're pretty much vegan. They eat cheese pizzas and pretty much anything vegetables, right? They don't really eat. Oh, that's pork. That's pork. Yeah, it was pork. Definitely, they don't eat pork. Yeah,
They're not like
worship
that.
their cows, literally.
Okay, I've never had it.
Yeah, the hats.
Oh, 这个地方. Oh, my mom doesn't even know this place is too small. 你能帮我读一下吗？维底不是读一下这个，这怎么念？什么什么什么什么什么香？维底不是读一下这个，这怎么念？什么什么什么什么什么香？
I don't know what she's looking at.
这不是香？什么什么什么什么什么香？
What? What's she looking at?
这不是香？
That's her. I don't know what she's looking at. I thought just like meat or 河干狗肉包.
Fuck. That's the easiest word.
I don't even know if I can even type that. Let's see. I think I can get. Honestly, greens are like the hardest ones to do. Can it be me? Me. Okay, that's one. Jordu, sure. Moo. That's different. I don't know that third character.
Word on the.
Oh, it's her. Oh. Her. Gan. Go roll, ball. There you go. Secret recipe dog meat casserole with rice straws. These names are wild. Yeah, that's super advanced. They look at us the same way like people look at other people that eat dog. Yeah. Oh man. That's what I say. 蜜汁和感狗肉包.
Fuck. That's the easiest word on there. 和干秘制和干狗肉堡. What does that mean? Oh, 只是名字. Oh, it's just like a name. Ew. Wow. Thank you. I've heard of the name Yulin before. Yulin, I'll say it in English. Yulin. You guys probably heard of it too. Yulin. It is dog meat. I'm on. What was it? They should. I'll try to say it how she says it. They should are going to the hell. Everyone who eats dog. I tried to say it in a Chinese accent. No, they're not eating dog meat. It's just on the menu. Yeah, that's what my mom said. No, if you Google this, I've heard of the province Yulin before. Yulin. There's a thing called Yulin Dog Festival or something where it's literally a festival. Like I don't know what the fuck it's for, but it's like for like promoting dog meat eating, and it's like disgusting. And like just I've definitely seen that before. It's just this one countryside. Here, I'll Google it. Yulin to Guangzhou. I think that's where they are. Because look, on the maps, if this is Guangzhou, that's where they're trying to go. And they're super far west of Guangzhou. That's that area, right? So I'm not surprised. Shout out Yulin for keeping the stereotype alive. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of like protests against this shit. An annual festival held in Yulin, Guangxi, China, in which festival observers consume dog meat accompanied by lychees and other plants. Oh, it's not dog festival, it's dog meat festival, my mom said. 他们疫情的时候还开呢. Are they crazy? Isn't that illegal as well? That's crazy. I told my mom they even went ahead and did it during COVID. Igor. I can't believe Ludwig and Michael Reeves rode specifically into the dog meat eating province, went straight into a dog meat restaurant, and in fluent, perfect Chinese ordered dog meat to eat.
That kind of rips. Yeah, good.
Jim Carrey and Harry Potter. No, they're eating duck. They're eating duck.
We're at the restaurant we were guided to.
Hey! I didn't even see him back there.
This spot.
Very plus 20.
City.
I just want to see if that's where they are. Hold on. I just need to know. I don't know. I just need to know. Did it? No, that's Wei Kong. That's a store. Which characters is it?
China at
Wei. Oh, wait, D. Jen. Which province? Fuck, it's all in Chinese. Whatever, I don't care.
Check this place out.
matter.
All right, that was lunch. And it's 6:01 now. We're probably gonna stop for a bit of caffeine, little boost, and then probably.
I can't read all that
4 hours straight up.
Chinese.
你好，怎么吃背？背东西南，怎么吃背？今晚这个路到广州。
这个是324国道，你要去哪里啊？
西川。
Whoa.
西川啊，
西川。
你有没有手机搜一下这个导航？
It is so hard for me. Like, even in English, it's hard for me to understand accents. I don't know if you guys know this about me. I'm so bad at understanding accents in English and in Chinese, just in both languages. Like I always struggle.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a quick break real quick. I need a nap. My brain's on fire. Let's see where's my... I can always rely on this picture for everything. time probably do some more listening. You know the drill. Just mute me, I suppose. Otherwise, ask questions and time to grind.
有好多人都做過可憐之人嘅。可憐之人咧要辨別女仔專一而唔長情。女仔專一而唔長情。有好多人都做過可憐之人嘅。可憐之人咧要辨別自己係可憐的。可憐之人咧要辨別自己係可憐的。傷春悲秋一陣至可以，不要傷春悲秋一陣至可以，不要重複。不要重複。完成走出嚟。
Hello， 歡迎翻到嚟幾子愛情學院啊！今次亦都請到 Con 同學同埋小同學咧，今次亦都請到 Con 同學同埋小同學咧，同我一齊學習愛情啊！咁上次就講到我嘅新歌《可憐之人》啦，咁我亦都討論咗好多
金句連連啊！
係啊，
金句連連啊！
係啊！今次咧，不如我哋講下睇愛情入面點樣溝通，因為我覺得溝通
係最重要，
係非常之重要。
因為你兩個人一齊咧，我成日形容啦，兩個人喺埋一齊咧，我成日形容啦，兩個人喺埋一齊咧，你要 feel 自己兩個人係咪一齊進步緊？你要 feel 自己兩個人係咪一齊進步緊？嗱，如果兩個人喺埋一齊進步啦。嗱，如果兩個人喺埋一齊進步啦，講緊嘅嘢係大家唔係互相去逼迫，係互相體諒。大家唔係互相去逼迫，係互相體諒。我理解緊你做乜，你理解我做乜。我理解緊你做乜，你理解我做乜。然後我哋兩個互相俾能量俾對方去行咧。兩個互相俾能量俾對方去行咧。呢個都係好緊要嘅事。但係好多人其實會好容易慢慢個天平就會失衡，個天平就會失衡。我哋又翻嚟，我哋又聽翻可憐之人先咁樣。我哋又翻嚟，我哋又聽翻可憐之人先咁樣。
冇錯。
即係天平嗰個，即係天平係你咧，一旦咧就係愛與被愛嘅份量啦。即係天平係你咧，一旦咧就係愛與被愛嘅份量啦。有啲人會去計嘅，但係其實咧係一個好奇怪嘅邏輯嚟嘅。你一計嗰下咧，
係啊，就唔 balance
就出現咗就，
係啊，就唔 balance
就出現咗就會，其實我咪俾多咗定我點解我俾咁多愛出嚟？我點解我俾咁多愛出嚟？我收唔翻咁多樣嘢冇啊！呢個世界冇樣嘢，但係嗰個過程，我自己會形容係有一種一齊同行，速度就係慢慢行，速度就係慢慢行，我行快咗就。我行快咗就行慢啲等對方，對方行快咗，對方亦都會等翻我，一步一步咁行，咁你先至會感受到一種有溝通而有能量嘅愛情啊！一種有溝通而有能量嘅愛情啊！
所以我覺得溝通喺愛情入邊，應該係即係最首要咯，因為應該係即係最首要。講嘢啊，表達啊，人哋佢 get 唔 get 到你講嘅嘢啊？人哋佢 get 唔 get 到你講嘅嘢啊，或者你向佢點樣去 present 你？我覺得呢個係愛情入邊嘅第一課，我要真係學嘅嘢，就係點樣好好地去同對方溝，就係點樣好好地去同對方溝通，或者去建立一啲溝通，或者去建立一啲你想講嘅樣嘢。譬如可能我會覺得好多時候好多溝通嘅問題原因就係佢一定會認定對方係唔聽或者唔明咯。咁然後你就會好想說服對方啦。咁然後你就會好想說服對方啦，或者搬咗好多理據啊、證據證明啊啲嘢。咁呢個其實已經變咗唔係溝通，同呢個好似打官司咁咯。即係你好似說服對方，逼對方一定要聽你講嘢，逼對方一定 要聽你講嘢，或者要感受你。咁呢個已經唔係溝通啦，因為你係嘗試緊壓落去。我覺得好多時候而有呢一個問題發生就係、咁你俾你壓嗰一方就會好啦，我就下你啦咁樣。咁而就下咧，佢就覺得算啦，你都永遠係咁噶啦。咁算啦，你都永遠係咁噶啦。咁然後就開始驚咗你，咁就唔溝通咯。咁而有好多呢啲嘢係少少累積嘅嘢形成，少少累積嘅嘢形成。我覺得溝通最起碼第一個死因就係呢個。我覺得溝通最起碼第一個死因就係呢個咯，即係嗰個佢溝通話唔，即係你變咗打官司咁樣，跟住對面嗰個硬食咗嘅時候，跟住對面嗰個硬食咗嘅時候，一路食嘅食下就覺得，唉，是但咯，你都係唔會變噶。
我諗嗰個所謂溝通嘅方式，即係有時都係關我哋語氣先，有時都係關我哋語氣先，個內容啦，個語氣啦。因為我自己之前學演戲咧，我覺得我老師講得好好，即係啦。因為我自己之前學演戲咧，我覺得我老師講得好好，即係嗰個我哋叫 action， 即係你係用一個指責嘅態度啊，即係你係用一個指責嘅態度啊，你係 accuse 緊佢，定還是你係好指導緊佢啊？你好溫柔咁勸服緊佢，你好溫柔咁勸服緊。即係我覺得每一個語氣加埋嚟嗰個浪都好唔同，即係其實我可能純粹係問緊啊，點解你咁夜返嘅？即係其實我可能純粹係問緊啊，點解你咁夜返嘅？係咪要 OT 啊？同埋做乜咁夜返啊？
或者去邊咧？知唔知而家幾點啊？或者去邊咧？知唔知而家幾點啊？呢下知唔知而家幾點啊？已經即刻唔想講嘢啦。
同埋咧，其實好好啊。我自己會覺得愛情就唔係辯論比賽嚟。我自己會覺得愛情就唔係辯論比賽嚟嘅。即係你唔係諗住去擊敗對方幾多個重點嚟嘅。即係你唔係諗住去擊敗對方幾多個重點就代表我贏。你睇下有張清單啊。你做錯咗10件事咧，你做錯咗10件事咧，全部每一件事都係佢錯，100%，全部每一件事都係佢錯，100%。但係你贏咗又如何咧？
係啊，
你贏咗，你徹底地贏咗一個人去，
係啊，
你贏咗，你徹底地贏咗一個人，佢可能係小字頭先話夜翻，跟住原來佢可能係小字頭先話夜翻，跟住原來係講大話。噼里卡啦，或者原來係有另一啲嘢嘅事件係發生咗嘅，所有嘢我辯論比賽贏咗佢啦，但係你唔會贏到個愛情㗎嘛。所以其實翻嚟嘅問題，溝通最重要係咩咧？你尤其是兩個人，我覺得由體諒要開始講起嘅。你即係我唔講話先，唔傾一啲係咪同出軌與第？你即係我唔講話先，唔傾一啲係咪同出軌與第三者先，嗰啲係有傷害嘅愛。第三者先，嗰啲係有傷害嘅愛情。我哋講一個基本一男嘅，即係一個兩人嘅相處。我覺得兩人嘅關係其實係你由開始好甜蜜，我哋一開頭就係蜜月期。哇，1個禮拜見7日。嗱，通常係咁嘅。哇，1個禮拜見7日。哇，1個禮拜見7日。嗱，通常係咁嘅。1個禮拜。嗱，你任何人拍拖啊，個個咧投入1個禮拜咧，應該盡晒努。個個咧投入1個禮拜咧，應該盡晒努力7日見晒。維持咗幾耐？維持咗幾耐？咧？1個禮拜好冇？幾耐咧？1個禮拜好冇？1個月好冇？好冇？差唔多啦。之後咧少2日，再少2日以前咧就好愛我， 我而家就唔見我咁多，因為最初是一個禮拜見咁多，因為最初是一個禮拜見7日，其實又唔係，因為嗰個過程係由蜜月期走進一個平原期啦，因為嗰個過程係由蜜月期走進一個平原期啦嘅過程嚟。然後所謂嘅溝通，我會覺得就係、當你由蜜月期哇，嘣咩都轉變落到嚟平原期，呢個先係最大嘅關鍵啦。喺平原期裏邊你要體諒啦。喺平原期裏邊你要體諒啦，你要因為你係其實你個愛情嘅相處係互相走入對方嘅世界。啦，你要因為你係其實你個愛情嘅相處係互相走入對方嘅世界。啦，你以前唔識呢樣嘢嘅。你以前唔識呢樣嘢，你以前冇聽過呢樣嘢，可能你而家你回想係都係㗎。我以前唔識呢樣嘢嘅喎，我因為佢而識呢樣嘢。佢以前唔聽呢個歌手嘅，佢因為我而聽呢個歌手。你哋係互相交換緊嘅世界㗎嘛？你哋係互相交換緊嘅世界。咁個過程裏邊咧，我自己會覺得你又係我哋嘅金句啦，即係慢慢嚟比較快。即係慢慢嚟比較快，唔好心急，唔好咁快進入嗰啲即係唔好心急，唔好咁快進入嗰啲佢聽唔明啊，佢聽唔明啊，K 啦卡啦，任何嘢啦，用心聽一定聽得明嘅，明啊 K 啦卡啦，任何嘢啦，用心聽一定聽得明嘅，而你同佢嘅溝通係。
こんにちは、ゆうかです。今回はこの愛車の軽バンで、24時間生活してみたいと思います。24時間生活してみたいと思います。いつも私の動画を見てくれてる方はご存知だと思うんですけど、この軽バンめちゃくちゃカスタムしてるんですよ。ベッドとかキッチンとかエアコンもついてて、よくコメントで住めるじゃんって言われるんですけど、確かに住めるんですよね。でもただ24時間生活するだけじゃ、じゃあちょっと生ぬるいかなって思ったので、今回は自分で自分にルールを作ってみました。まず丸1、使えるお金は走行距離×50円。そして丸2、車の外を歩いていい歩数は走行距離×10歩。だから例えばコンビニで1000円のもの買いたいなってなったら20キロ走らないといけないんですよ。多分結構厳しい企画になると思うんですけど、愛車のパパクリッパと一緒に挑戦してみたいと思います。それじゃあ気を抜くまで気を抜かずに。それじゃあ気を抜くまで気を抜かずに出発進行。あ、そうそう。時間見せ忘れてましたね。今の時間が14時55分。なので明日の14時55分に終了です。今は地元の掛川にいるんですよ。この間三重県に行った帰りに掛川に車を止めてて、今日は掛川スタートです。もうこの辺は道全部知ってるからナビも必要なくて楽ちんですね。今日は珍しくナビ入れてないんだよね。 今回のこの24時間車生活はただの遊びじゃなくて、今回のこの24時間車生活はただの遊びじゃなくて、実は訓練なんですよ。家とか追い出されて、もうどこも行くところなくて車で過ごさないといけないとか、もうどこも行くところなくて車で過ごさないといけないとか、そういう時が来るかもしれないじゃないですか。そういう時が来るかもしれないじゃないですか。なのでそんな時に備えて、今日はガチでやっていきますよ。今日はガチでやっていきますよ。車中泊しながら何日か過ごすとかをやったことあるんですけど、車中泊しながら何日か過ごすとかをやったことあるんですけど、多分車から出ちゃいけないっていうのが一番きついですよね。車のここの下のところにメーターが出るんですけど、ゼロにセットしたんですよ。で、今は 2.3 キロ走りました。1キロ50円なので、2キロだとだいたい100円ぐらいですね。よし。このままお金貯めていくぞ。よし。このままお金貯めていくぞ。でも歩数が走行距離かける10歩なので、でも歩数が走行距離かける10歩なので、トイレ行きたい時とか、私トイレ行かないんですけど、とか、お風呂に入りたい時とか、結構歩数が足りなくなっちゃいそうで怖いですよね。だから歩数も貯めないとな。大きいお店とかあんま行かないようにしよう。あとはお金を節約する方法を考えないといけないですよね。なんかいい方法ないかな。あの手がある。うちの実家でお父さんが農家やってるんですよ。だから実家に行けば無料で野菜がもらえるっていうこと？ちょっと無料野菜狙いで行ってみようかな。ありがとう。こんな用意。まあ、いつも通り。いつも通り。お父さんは？野菜結構売れてるの？売れない？今度畑も手伝うね、収穫。じゃあバイバイ。なんか困ったことあったらゆうかに言ってね。野菜のことでも。売れないとか何でも手伝うからさ。何でも言ってね。じゃあね。今実家に帰ってお父さんから野菜をたくさんもらってきました。まずこの袋に入ってるのが玉ねぎ。玉ねぎが大量にあります。あとはほうれん草。そしてこの袋が多分レタスかな？いや助かる。ありがたい。これで夜ご飯は野菜スープとか作ってしのげそうです。ちなみに今のメーターが32キロなんです。32キロっていうことはだいたい1500円ぐらい。結構使える。この後一回ドライブスルーとか行って自分にご褒美買うのもありだな。正確なメーターは 32.9。金額で言ったら1645円で、金額で言ったら1645円。歩数だと329歩ですね。今どっちかって言ったらお金よりも歩数の方があるから、なんかちっちゃい安いお店とか行けたらいいな。業務スーパーとか、そういうとこを目指して行ってみようかな。 そういうとこを目指して行ってみようかな。よし、ということで行きましょう。結構日が暗くなってきた。今はマックのドライブスルーに向かってます。掛川だ。
많이 안 맞았어요. 저희
그럼 어떻게 했어요?
생각보다 많이 안 맞았어요. 저희가 이번 출연자들이 제일 술 많이 안 마신 시즌이라고 들었어요. 저희가 이번 출연자들이 제일 술 많이 안 마신 시즌이라고 들었어요.
진짜요? 너무 많이 마셔 보이던데? 특히 원규 씨는 진짜 많이. 특히 원규 씨는 진짜 많이.
원규 형은 많이 마셨죠. 근데 방송상으로는
네.
진짜 맨날 먹는 것 같아요. 원규 형은 많이 마셨죠. 근데 방송상으로는
네.
진짜 맨날 먹는 것 같은데
네.
그래도 안 먹은 적이 몇 번은 있긴 하거든요.
몇 번?
몇 번은 있긴 하고 엄청 많이 마신 줄 사람들이 아시더라고요.
오.
엄청 많이 마신 줄 사람들이 아시더라고요.
제가 어떤 인터뷰 같은 거 봤는데 지현 씨가 없으면 안 되는 거 이렇게 제가 어떤 인터뷰 같은 거 봤는데 지현 씨가 없으면 안 되는 거 이렇게 그런 질문에 술이라고 대답해 주셔가지고 진짜 약간 힘들긴
맞아요, 힘들어.
어떤 그런 질문에 술이라고 대답해 주셔가지고 진짜 약간 힘들긴
맞아요, 힘들어.
어떤 게 있었구나 이런 생각이 들더라고요. 근데 어떻게 나가겠다라는 마음을 먹으셨어요?
나가고 싶다 이런 마음은 처음은 없었고
네.
연락이 오셨는데
네.
뭔가 급 호기심이 생긴 거예요.
선생님 많이 들어봤는데.
뭔가 급 호기심이 생긴 거예요.
선생님 많이 들어봤는데.
미팅을 한번 가보자.
용기를 냈군요.
네. 미팅을 한번 가보자.
용기를 냈군요.
네. 네. 가서 그 작가님이랑 계속 연락하면서 그래도 긍정적으로 계속 가서 그 작가님이랑 계속 연락하면서 그래도 긍정적으로 계속 생각이.
사실 그 예능 작가님들이 진짜 무서운 사람들이에요. 예능 작가님들이 말씀 너무 잘하시고. 원규 씨는 어떤 마음으로 처음에
저는 워낙 좀 내성적이기도 하고 해가지고 고민이 좀 많이 되긴 했었는데 제 생각에는 그 친구한테 먼저 제안이 갔을 거라고 저는 생각을 했거든요. 그냥 추측을 했는데 제가 안 나가면 이 친구가 다른 누군가와 나올 수도 있다.
네, 그러네. 벌써 열받아.
그래서
네, 그러네. 벌써 열받아. 네, 그러네. 벌써 열받아.
저는 하기로 했었어요.
너무 신박한 이유예요.
근데 진짜로.
세상에나. 너무 신박한 이유예요.
만약에 딴 사람이랑 나와서 그러고 있는 걸 내가 봤다?
인스타에 떴어.
그러니까요. 심지어 이게 맨날 뜨는데.
인스타에 떴어.
그러니까요. 심지어 이게 맨날 뜨는데.
몇 달 동안.
네, 몇 달 동안.
네 달 동안.
만약에 다시 해도 나갈 거냐, 뭐 후회하지 않냐 이런 질문들 하시는데 저는 그래서 후회하지 않아요.
여수를 났습니다.
진짜. 백현 씨는 어땠어요?
환승연애 연락이 왔을 때 사실 저는 이런 연애 프로그램을 본 적이 없어요. 본 적이 없어요.
본 적이 없어요?
네.
뮤직티도 본 적이 없다 그랬고? 본 적이 없어요?
네.
유식지도
본 적이 없어요?
네.
뮤직티도 본 적이 없다 그랬고?
본 적이 없어요.
그러니까 안 본 사람들 위주로.
본 적이 없어요.
그러니까 안 본 사람들 위주로.
본 적이 없어요.
그러니까 안 본 사람들 위주로 컨택을 하는 거죠.
이게 뭐 이렇게 촬영 가기 전에 좀 작가님들이 공부 좀 해보는 게 어떨까? 어떻겠냐. 그래서 유튜브에 한 2-3시간짜리 이게 클립이 있어요. 좋겠냐. 그래서 유튜브에 한 2-3시간짜리 이게 클립이 있어요. 그걸로만 보고 들어가서 많은 사건을 만들어냈어요. 그걸로만 보고 들어가서 많은 사건을 만들어냈어요. 그걸로만 보고 들어가서 많은 사건을
그 진실 게임 할 때 방점을 찍은 카레의 맛이 변했어? 그 진실 게임 할 때 방점을 찍은 카레의 맛이 변했어? 그 진실 게임 할 때 방점을 찍은 카레의 맛이 변했어? 어땠는지.
저도 제가 거짓말 친 걸 알고 있잖아요.
네.
저도 제가 거짓말 친 걸 알고 있잖아요.
네.
언젠간
언젠간 밝혀야겠다.
밝혀야겠다라고 했는데
언젠간
밝혀야겠다라고 했는데
타이밍을 놓쳤구나.
항상. 근데 어쨌든 그 카레 얘기를 한 거는 그냥 솔직하게 내가 끓였다는 것도 근데 어쨌든 그 카레 얘기를 한 거는 그냥 솔직하게 내가 끓였다는 것도 말도 하고 싶었고 X에 대한 뭐 마음도 솔직하게 말을 해주고 싶었고 또 말도 하고 싶었고 X에 대한 뭐 마음도 솔직하게 말을 해주고 싶었고 뭐 그런 많은 것들을 내포 있었던 것 같아요.
내포했었던
뭐 그런 많은 것들을 내포 있었던 것 같아요.
그쵸. 그때 되면 또 되게 막 혼란스럽잖아요.
네.
그때 되면 어떻게 그때 되면 또 되게 막 혼란스럽잖아요.
네.
그때 되면 어떻게 선택도 지금 얼마 안 남았고 지금 너무 마음이 복잡할 것 같은 그 상황. 선택도 지금 얼마 안 남았고 지금 너무 마음이 복잡할 것 같은 그 상황에서 그 얘기를 해버리니까 완전 여기가 그 상황에서 그 얘기를 해버리니까 완전 여기가
맞아요. 근데 뭐 처음에는 왜 이렇게 날 질투하지 이렇게 생각을 했는데 맞아요. 근데 뭐 처음에는 왜 이렇게 날 질투하지 이렇게 생각을 했는데 사실 그런 시간들 덕분에 좀 더 성장할 수 있었던 것 같고 솔직히 사실 그런 시간들 덕분에 좀 더 성장할 수 있었던 것 같고 후회는 안 해요. 이제는
언젠간 했나 봐요.
방송을 사실 제가 미국으로 도망갔어요.
아.
네, 미국으로 도망가서 이제 방송을 안 봤어요. 사실 제가 미국으로 도망갔어요. 네, 사실 제가 미국으로 도망갔어요. 네, 미국으로 도망가서 이제 방송을 안 봤어요. 마음이 너무 여행 안 봤어요. 마음이 너무 아파가지고 여행 가기 전날에
네.
남자 이제 멤버들만 다 같이 모였어요.
네.
근데 다들 그때는 여행 가기 전날에
네.
남자 이제 멤버들만 다 같이 모였어요.
네.
근데 다들 그때는 반응들이 되게 좋고 해서 지인분들한테 연락이 나 잘 보고 있어. 반응들이 되게 좋고 해서 지인분들한테 연락이 나 잘 보고 있어 환승연애 뭐 이런 식으로 온다는 거죠. 저는 3글자밖에 안 와요. 보고 있어 환승연애 뭐 이런 식으로 온다는 거죠. 저는 3글자밖에 안 와요. 보고 있어 환승연애 뭐 이런 식으로 온다는 거죠. 저는 3글자밖에 안 와요. 괜찮아? 근데 엄마도 계속 맨날 전화 백현아 너 도대체 왜 행동을 그렇게 했니? 엄마도 계속 맨날 전화 백현아 너 도대체 왜 행동을 그렇게 했니? 너 그거 고쳐야 돼. 알았어. 너 그거 고쳐야 돼. 알았어 내가.
궁금해하시는 분들이 진짜 많을 것 같아요. 사실 뭐 하고 살고 있나 끝나고 근황도 궁금해하시고.
저는 출연 안 했다고 생각하고 난 거의 출연한 적 없는데? 약간 이렇게 난 거의 출연한 적 없는데? 이렇게 계속 세뇌시킨 다음에
네.
그냥 현생 살고 있었어요. 근데 주변에서 이렇게 계속 세뇌시킨 다음에
네.
그냥 현생 살고 있었어요. 근데 주변에서 연락은 계속 오니까
네.
나 아닌데? 약간 이런 식으로
그거 나 아니야.
나 아니야? 나 아닌데? 약간 이런 식으로 아니야.
그거 나 아니야. 주의식이야.
내 눈이 그렇게 졸리다고? 나 아니야. 약간 이런 식으로. 그것도 몸으로 있었나요? 왜 이렇게 졸려 보이냐?
수면제 얘기냐고?
작가님이 혼내냐 그래 혼내냐. 왜 거기만 들어가면 주눅이 그렇게
혼내냐
혼내냐 그래 혼내냐. 왜 거기만 들어가면 주눅이 그렇게 갑자기 확 드는 거예요.
이게 사실 뭐 비하인드긴 하지만
네. 갑자기 확 드는 거예요.
이게 사실 뭐 비하인드긴 하지만
네.
주눅이 드는 포인트도 있었어요. 이게 질문의 난이도가
네.
확 다운이 될 때가 있고 또 신난 게 나올 때가 있고
그쵸.
하다 보니까 확 다운이 될 때가 있고 또 신난 게 나올 때가 있고
그쵸.
모르겠어요. 저도 그렇게 나왔는지 모르겠어요. 저도 그렇게 나왔는지
졸린 것도 졸려 보이는데 주눅이 많이 들어 보였어. 졸린 것도 졸려 보이는데 주눅이 많이 들어 보였어.
주눅도 많이 들었죠.
많이 슬퍼 보였어요. 이렇게. 네, 많이 슬퍼 보였어요. 이렇게.
그분이요?
네, 그분이. 그러면 사실 환승연애는 보셨어요? 네, 그분이. 그러면 사실 환승연애는 본인 나온
저는 다 봤어요.
누구랑 봤어요?
거의
understanding even like Australian and British accents in English. But then in Chinese, so they're in Guang like South, so they have like Canto accent. When I went there, holy fuck, I sounded so I felt so like uneducated. No, I'm not Canto. But like he's speaking Mandarin with a Cantonese accent, and there's so many other more accents out there, and it's so hard for me to understand unless they have like perfectly standard fucking Mandarin. It's like I struggle with it.
你用手机打开那个什么高读导航啊，那个它就导航你去的了。
See, he's saying like his pronunciation is like 导航, right? He's saying like 导航, but then I would say 导航.
All right, Neo. Have a good night. Enjoy your day.
Which I understand now that I'm saying it out loud to like non-Chinese speakers, that sounds like the same thing, but it's not. It's not the same. It's the up and down intonation. He's saying 导航, I'm saying 导航. Do you get it? 导航. 导航. You know, which would like I'm just bad at understanding accents.
这个路是北吗？
See, so when every time he says north, he's saying like bay, right? Like bay, which is synonymous to a word that means like memorize, and then bay is north. Can you hear the difference?
Let me take you back a few years. It's more than a few years. The year was 2006. My Chemical Romance's The Black Parade just came out, and I have to mention it because I absolutely love that CD. I listened to the crap out of that CD. I remember I got it for my birthday, and so that was amazing. But not only did one of the best albums of all time come out, which I still believe it. The Nintendo Wii came out in 2006. 2006 was a banger year. It really, really was. So I was literally sitting in my room, playing my Wii, listening to the Black Parade, watching my Naruto, because Naruto only came to America in 2005. So Naruto was really popular by then too. And I was just a little kid. I was probably 12, but those weren't the only reasons why 2006 was great. Also in 2006, a man named Katsumoto, at least that's his nickname, because I don't think anyone knows his real name. A man by the name of Katsumoto created a blog, all Japanese, all the time, otherwise known as AJAT. You've heard me talk about this a lot, so I finally wanted to make a video explaining what is all Japanese all the time and kind of give you the history of it all, at least by what I know. I didn't start learning Japanese until about 2019. So I regret not finding this until 2019. It really sucks that I couldn't be part of the inception of this kind of thing, but I still feel like the history behind AJAT is very, very interesting for a number of reasons, because it's just an interesting blog. The things that Katsumoto writes is really interesting. Also, the movement that AJAT made when it comes to learning Japanese is still like kind of prevalent to this day. And I feel like it's really changed the online language learning space. This is going to be my poorly worded, bad, I'm not a video essay maker. This is just going to be me chatting about what I know about AJAT. I have a million tabs open. Katsumoto in 2006 created this cool looking website. I love how retro, I don't know. I love how simple this is. Ajat.com, all Japanese all the time. It's such a cool name. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna top that name, Ajat. It just rolls off the tongue. So who is Katsumoto and why did people listen to him? So keep in mind, in 2006, YouTube has only been around for like 1 year. There's no other apps. There's no apps. Apps didn't even exist at this time. When we had cell phones, like the only apps that were on your phone were just like games, and they were really bad. I think we had Diner Dash, Snake, like really basic fun like games that were not. It was nothing like we had today. Like there was no streaming services. I think maybe there was Napster. Maybe at this point, I don't think so. But there was definitely no YouTube videos about how to learn Japanese, giving tips, but there was HAT. So if you wanted to learn Japanese, the only way that you had was to either read a textbook like Minan no Nihongo or Genki, or just go to school, go to your local college, or I guess travel to Japan and go to a language school, were probably the only methods to learn Japanese. So here comes Katsumoto with his AJAT website. People started to take notice about like his method and think, oh, this is really interesting. And so you're probably thinking like, well, why listen to him? Well, his story goes something like this. I'm your host Katsumoto. My zits have been photoshopped out of the picture. He learned Japanese in 18 months by having fun. In June of 2004, at the ripe age of 21, all post-pubescent and supposedly past my mental linguistic prime, I started learning Japanese by September 2005. He's referring to how like people say, well, you know, you can only learn languages as a baby or something like that because babies do naturally learn languages. So by 2005, I had learned enough to read technical material, conduct business correspondence and job interviews in Japanese. By the next month, I landed a job as a software software engineer at a gigantic Japanese corporation in Tokyo. Yay. That's a pretty big claim that somebody was able to learn Japanese in 18 months to fluency without going to language schools or anything like that. That's pretty insane. I think anyone would argue that's very insane to be able to do something like that. I didn't take classes except for a high school newspaper reading class, which merely confirmed that classes suck. I didn't read textbooks and I never lived in Japan. So how did I do it? Well, by spending 18 to 24 hours a day doing something, anything in Japanese. All Japanese all the time. That sounds like a lot of time to invest, but I was almost as busy as you are. A full-time student majoring in computer science at a university in the armpit of the US, Utah, basically far from Japan and Japanese people. I had computer science coursework, jobs, and even non-Japanese significant other. In other words, I had a life. That is insanely an impressive and bold claim, considering like when I started in 2019, that's the excuse I always use for myself. Like, oh, I'm not good at Japanese, you know? Yeah, it's the reason why I'm not good at Japanese now is because I always thought, well, I didn't really have all the time, but clearly Katsumoto solved this back in 2004 or whenever he did it. So that's very impressive to be able to do something like that. So at this time, this was like the only source that you could find, as far as I know. Again, I wasn't surfing the internet a lot in 2006. I was too busy listening to My Chemical Romance. As far as I know, this was like the only thing that you could find when it comes to learning Japanese. And I believe typing into Google learning Japanese, AJAT would be like the first result. I know this because my boy Tikio Sam talked about this in a vlog. He moved to Japan around this time when, upon this blog's like inception or whatever. And not only that, he was actually friends with Katsumoto as well. He was like actually really probably the closest person to Katsumoto at the time. And so he is real. Katsumoto is real. And there is videos on Tikio Sam's channel. This is literally a video of Tikio Sam interviewing him.
So Katz, you run a website about learning Japanese or something, right? So, hey, so I'll ask you some questions that
I love these videos
that are too fucking lazy to read your site. So how do you start? Because both you and I kind of took some classes, before we started.
I didn't. Thank you very much.
You took Chinese though. That kind of kanji-wise, that you kind of got a early start.
Yeah, but it's like it doesn't really make a difference, because it's like saying you became a millionaire, but you had $10 in your pocket. It's like it doesn't. You had 10 more bucks in me. It's like it doesn't.
It's a good point, yeah. But yeah, you can check out Tikio Sam. I've met Tikio Sam a few times, and I really like Sam. I like hanging out with Sam. Hey, if you're watching this, Sam, we got to hang out next time. The heck? I miss you. But yeah, so a lot of this information does come from Tikio Sam because, again, he was the closest one. They met up. Like, they both just happened to live in the same town in Japan. And at one point, this was like obviously after the website has been created and after Katsumoto has already been like fluent, because he didn't get fluent in Japan, but he did end up moving to Japan. They became like really close friends. So yeah, a lot of this information about like the things that were available, Sam talks about that.
If you ever want to get a beer, just let I didn't mind.
He talks about that in this video right here. So yeah, big shout out to Sam. And so he made this blog that got really popular and a lot of people kind of flocked to it because it was that answer to like, oh man, I really think that like Japanese classes are boring or textbooks are really boring. And so when people read about Katsumoto's story, they saw like, oh, there's another way to learn Japanese and you can do it by having fun. That sounds amazing. Sign me up. It literally says right here, you don't know a language, you live it. You don't learn a language, you get used to it. And I completely agree with that. But this was just such an unorthodox method of learning Japanese that really just wasn't spoken about, right? Like you just have to remember the time. There was no podcast at this time, hardly. If there was, I'm sure like they were not popular. Like you had the radio, TV, but it's nothing like today. So you just got to keep in mind, this was so new and crazy at the time. Now, his website tells you how to learn Japanese, but it doesn't teach you Japanese, if that makes any sense. So this website is not about, it's just about the method on how to do it, things to use, tips, things like that, not like actually teaching you Japanese. Now, again, because I wasn't around for the inception of AJAT, I guess at this point for a long time, there was really no proof that, Katsumoto actually spoke Japanese. I don't know when this video was uploaded. Oh, actually, it says right here, 2008, right here. So yeah, what was crazy is that people were just kind of believing that he was, fluent, and they believed his story. And so, like, you know, he was getting a lot of people like leaving comments and creating this community online. But finally, in 2008, he uploads this video. Well, it says 2008 right here, but it says it was actually uploaded in 2009. This is actually his YouTube channel, and this is him speaking Japanese. So this is what it sounds like.
今更さ、変な発音してるビデオをね、流しても、しかも初ビデオとして、そういうやつ流してももう、あれだよ。もう大変なことになるぞ。大変なことになる。だからお前、最初から日本語できないんじゃないか。
It's an 8-minute video of him speaking Japanese, which is pretty impressive, right?
どんなシチュエーションでも、
And Japanese people have actually reacted to this, and they're like, "Yeah, no, he sounds great. He actually was fluent in Japanese." But I just think it's really crazy that people just like took his word for it and didn't really know. But the stuff that he would say would make a lot of sense. So, what is the method of AJAT? The method of AJAT is right here. Literally, it's called the method and overview. This is one of the first blog posts on this website. Phase 0, believe. Start believing you can do it. You're thinking that's stupid. Katsumoto has been eating stale sushi again. How is this a phase? But you'd be amazed how many people set off that noble journey of learning Japanese, but forget to first believe that they can reach their destination. What a dreadful way to begin a start off, but not you. You're going to start believing that you can and will become fluent in Japanese. Believing yourself is essential, but by itself, it obviously won't get you anywhere. We know the ability is useless without motivation, but motivation is just a substitute for knowledge, and knowledge is gained through daily practice. So, like, the things that he says make really a lot of sense. So I can see why
OK，
隻嘴都皮留低咗，隻嘴都皮留低咗。
我唔得，我少過你咯，
你頭先咁樣喎，你恐龍食好似獅子咁樣，作為餃子雲吞咧，皮個餡靚係緊㗎啦。作為餃子雲吞咧，皮個餡靚係緊。咁但餡靚係包括啲咩咧？因為好多時候咧食得多咧，有時驚驚地。裏面好多肥豬肉㗎嘛，你出面食嗰啲啦。咁但係今次咧非常之多謝 Vitesti。佢哋推出咗呢隻雲吞。有雞蛋啦、香菇啦、木耳啦、洋葱啦，重點就係無激素嘅雞胸肉。你食晒成包咧，一共12隻啊！12隻雲吞你夠食飽你一餐㗎啦！12隻雲吞你夠食飽你一餐，裏面講緊咧都只係238個卡路里啫。佢係無添加味精啦，無添加防腐劑啦。無添加抗生素啦，同埋冇再有任何嘅生長激素喺裏面。而家咧其實一田同埋 City Super 咧已啦，咁如果想知道更加多嘅詳細資料，就上翻 Vitesti 佢哋自己嘅網站上面睇啦。咁我哋繼續翻去我哋 dating vlog 裏面先。準備好接受偉儀嘅快問快答未？準備好。大10年。鄭伊健。懷舊。菲林啦，佢。15年。1年。有錢照顧到我，安全感。幼稚溝通唔到，要照顧翻佢。今日呢一度重女啊，話俾你知。今日個個地方，香港每一個地方都有。全場都係啲女傭啊！啱你嘅喎。啱啊！我陣間就逐個邀請佢拍呢個 dating vlog。其實本身你咧係有接開私影 job 噶嘛？
私影 job 啲私影 model 本身係個點樣嘅工作咧？你做私影 job 啲私影 model 本身係個點樣嘅工作咧？
做咗2年左右。做咗2年左右。
點樣開始㗎？即係純粹就咁啊 IG 上面開始 po 自己相，即係純粹就咁啊，即係純粹就咁啊 IG 上面開始 po 自己相，想影相嘅 DM 我啦，就係咁。
本身我舅父都有影開相嘅，咁我就開始覺得，誒幾有趣喎。咁我就開始覺得，誒幾有趣喎。然後我有個 friend 又係攝影嘅，跟住佢又叫咗我出去影嘅，跟住佢又叫咗我出去影下，我覺得其實對鏡頭又唔係咩，即係人哋講影下，我覺得其實對鏡頭又唔係咩，即係人哋講嘅尷尬。
其實我諗今日大家睇到而家都應該覺得佢唔會對鏡。其實我諗今日大家睇到而家都應該覺得佢唔會對鏡頭尷尬。
嗱，我對鏡頭尷唔尷尬係視乎人嘅啫。
試我咩料咯？因為事前咧，其實講真，我係有啲驚嘅。你本身唔係拍開片噶嘛？你本身唔係拍開片噶嘛？講真，我哋好多時候拍呢啲 vlog 係好需要交反應。講真，我哋好多時候拍呢啲 vlog 係好需要交反應。完全冇火花咧，悶死你！你 quit 咗你。完全冇火花咧，悶死你！你 quit 咗你。你唔會睇到而家呢一面。你唔會睇到而家呢一面。
我有俾個反應。我有俾個反應。
啲一切都流露於自然嘅話俾你知。啲一切都流露於自然嘅話俾你知。啲一切都流露於自然嘅話俾你知。佢對我所有嘅讚美歌頌都係流露於自然。佢對我所有嘅讚美歌頌都係流露於自然。
我有讚美過你咩？
咁但係有冇遇過一啲真係覺得咁嘅，好似有啲不軌企圖嘅攝影師咧？咁但係有冇遇過一啲真係覺得咁嘅，好似有啲不軌企圖嘅攝影師咧？
其實如果不軌企圖嘅話，我應該唔會出嚟。其實如果不軌企圖嘅話，我應該唔會出嚟。即係有啲真係好明顯，即係
例如，
即係有啲真係好明顯，即係一嚟就話幾百蚊至內衣啊、泳衣嗰啲。一嚟就話幾百蚊至內衣啊、泳衣嗰啲。
我首先可能影內衣泳衣，你就已經係會係略啦。我首先可能影內衣泳衣，你就已經係會係略啦。因為你本身唔係影開噶嘛。
佢開始係講幾百蚊先嘅。佢開始係講幾百蚊先嘅，跟住我拒絕咗，然後跟住我拒絕咗，然後佢就慢慢升價又，然後佢就慢慢升價，2000幾升到去5000咁誇張，2000幾升到去5000咁誇張，跟住我就 block 咗佢，5000蚊2個鐘係2個鐘，5000蚊2個鐘係2個鐘。
影啲咩啊？
酒店嗰邊係。
影啲咩啊？
酒店嗰邊係。
去酒店影啊？
係啊。
去酒店影啊？
跟住有一個仲嚴重，即係約好咗嗰日到咗啦，嗰一秒，即係約好咗嗰日到咗啦，嗰一秒，佢就同我講話公司有事。
消防飛機。消防飛機。
然後咧嗰日夜晚佢就同我講話，然後咧嗰日夜晚佢就同我講話，誒你得唔得閒啊？我而家得閒啊。你得唔得閒啊？我而家得閒啊！你出嚟食個飯咁樣，你出嚟食個飯咁樣，食個飯。
OK，咁就變咗 part time girlfriend 噶啦喎。
係咯。
咁就變咗 part time girlfriend。
係咯，我唔係 part time girlfriend，我影相噶。
呢啲你就完全係 sense 到佢俾呢個錢係唔止想影相啦。呢啲你就完全係 sense 到佢俾呢個錢係唔止。咁你有冇遇過一啲係約你去一啲唔知咩地方影？咁你有冇遇過一啲係約你去一啲唔知咩地方影？而你係會覺得有警棍啊？
警棍真係有不軌企圖。警棍真係有不軌企圖。
警棍係啲叔叔年代嘅 terms 嚟。
咩嚟嘅？
警棍係啲叔叔年代嘅 terms 嚟。
咩嚟嘅？
即係啲奇怪嘢啦。
咩？
奇怪嘢啊！唔好笑啊！
咩？
奇怪嘢啊！唔好笑啊！哇！我知你而家笑緊啊！而家哇！我知你而家笑緊啊！而家係有代溝啊！爭20年啊！大佬點？係有代溝啊！爭20年啊！大佬點？係有代溝啊！爭20年啊！大佬點會冇代溝啊？幾個代啊？而家大佬點會冇代溝啊？
如果約上車嘅話會
點為之約上車啊？點為之約上車啊？
佢揸私家車，佢揸私家車，佢揸私家車。
我知你住元朗啊，今日我要去東涌拍。我知你住元朗啊，今日我要去東涌拍，咁我過嚟車埋你啊，咁都正常。咁我過嚟車埋你啊，咁都正常。
咁我個費用係包埋
交通。
係咯。 咁我個費用係包埋。
哦，咁所以點樣你都係會搭公共交通工具，而唔會上人車啊，都啱。而唔會上人車啊，都啱。
哇！車你去買豬仔。哇！車你去買豬仔。
我驚唔止車你買豬仔。
咁樣
我驚唔止車你買豬仔。
咁樣一塊一塊咁解出嚟。咁樣一塊一塊咁解出嚟。
我驚你啲豬仔去食得埋啊！我驚你啲豬仔去食得埋啊！
越諗到越驚 ，Oh my god！
你小心你啲豬仔啊！我阿爸阿媽嗰啲 terms 嚟嘅，小心俾人拎咗你隻豬啊！咁嗰啲，小心俾人拎咗你隻豬啊！咁嗰啲。
係我阿婆嘅 turn。
老老實實係咪真係覺得大20年係拍唔到拖咧？
出口にいるわけですよ。ここがどこか。何これ。いやこれやばくないこれ。
是有点高，这是超之美，这是超之美，
酷啊！修轮湖是不是？
应该是的。
哦，nice nice， 没白来。哎呀，虽然比较恐高，腿肚子转筋，但是腿肚子转筋，但是
转筋。
腿肚子转筋，但是你还敢往下看，厉害呀你啊！给咱们观众往下看，看这多高啊！这个在晃啊，这个塔啊，这个在晃啊，这个塔。
对，风的很大的时候，小心女士，小心女士。
这掉下去会不会摔死呀？这掉下去会不会摔死呀？
应该会摔个半身不残吧。应该会摔个半身不残。
世界级的修轮湖，世界上最大的湖。世界上最大的湖。对，35个之中有13个在加拿大，是不是这意思？修轮湖排第3，这小镇太好玩了，世外桃源一样。
那这里一望无际，然后就是湖。那这里一望无际，然后就是湖。
非常治愈。要是那边要是没有那么阴的话，可能看得更远，是吧？哦，这个老晃，咱下去吧，要不？
没关系。
你害怕不害怕？
不害怕。
真的？
你有点害怕，对不对？
我害怕倒不是害怕，就是腿肚子
老转。那就是害怕，那种
老哆嗦。
那是深呼吸。那是深呼吸 ，deep breathing。
哎，你在这个上面有跳下去的冲动吗？你在这个上面有跳下去的冲动吗？
没有。没有。
为什么我到高处的时候老想跳那个树上？
因为你是一只鸟。
哦，你看这个透明哇！不行，我这个腿，赶紧扶住，赶紧扶住，赶紧扶住！你敢往下看吗？
就是有点害怕，就是往下看是有点恐惧。
我超恐惧的这个，我靠！
往下看。
恐惧的，
而且这个是这样子的，
整个腿是转的，我。
多南，你非常勇敢，
完全软了我。
虽然你
为了拍你，
多南真的太勇敢，
这个真的是。
多南，你克服了自己的恐惧，我为你感到非常的骄傲。
谢谢你，你是不是给我做心理咨询呢？那在。
我这是发自内心。
人想克服自己的恐惧不是那么容易的事。
但是你已经克服了。
啊，这个恐惧比较小，还有其他的。
没事，慢慢来。
你来加拿大以后是故意避开华人配偶吗？还是没有合适的华人配偶？
主要是我还没有怎么在国外跟华人接触。
你刻意避开跟华人接触是吗？你刻意避开跟华人接触。
因为我在国内的时候，教授跟我们说，国外的时候华人喜欢扎堆，国外的时候华人喜欢扎堆。国外的时候华人喜欢扎堆，国外的时候华人喜欢扎堆，对，然后喜欢互相坑害彼此，对，然后喜欢互相坑害彼此，然后说你们你们出事的时候不要这样子，你们要出事是要多跟外国人交流，融入当地的社会，不要扎堆，所以我就这样做了。刚开始来加拿大的时候，我就跟中国人说英文。
真的吗？
就是太装了，就是跟中国人也说英文。是来，然后也在那里也，主要是合得来。我觉得我就是有时候就是比较遵循一个准则，觉得我就是有时候就是比较遵循一个准则，然后就做了也没有想太多。
今天天太好了吧，是吧？
对，
就除了有风以外，但是这个天很蓝，
对。
平时你和 Brandon 都会做些什么 hobby 在那个小镇？
就看情况，我们会看书，在家里看电影，篝火，在家里看电影，篝火，还有
就沉浸在自己的世界里，听起来是不是？
对，然后出去散步，跑步，然后有时候会去 picnic 也。
你们还用去 picnic？在家不就是 picnic？ 你们家就是大自然。
就是 hike 一个地方，然后也在那里野餐，然后再回家。因为我工作比较多，然后经常会想着我的工作。Brandon hobby 比较多，Brandon 多，我没什么 hobby 我一直在探寻自己的 hobby 是什么我还没有找到。我觉得从国内长大的人，像我这种，我还是会很努力的去工作，但是没有找到一个让自己完全沉浸的爱。我的爱好是摘野菜。那个是我的很大的一个爱好。
你现在是做什么工作？
当老师。
加拿大的公校里当老师。你作为加拿大公校老师，但是教英文，学生和学生的家长会对你有认可？
我刚开始的时候是自己担心这个，